learning from, supporting, and working closely alongside the Central High School team of teachers, staff, students, and families as they
Wow.
With that, I introduce you to Miss Crystal Alvarez.
Board of Trustees, Superintendent Garcia, Executive Cabinet members, thank you for the opportunity to join the Central High School team. I absolutely look forward to working alongside our Central teachers, staff members, students, and families, and have absolutely no doubt that together we'll ensure that each and every student that walks through our doors is successful not only in high school, but beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to more carefully read my notes now. So moving to item F1. As part of our ongoing practice of recognizing our community partners, we're recognizing Reach Out Food Pantry. And I believe Dr. Garcia has a slide and some words to share. And I invite Carol Lillig to come to the podium on behalf of Reach Out Food Pantry.
Thank you so much for having us. I'm Carol Lillig from Reach Out Food Pantry. With me is Chrissy Morrissey.
Turn on the mic.
Turn on.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
And I have to start over.
I'm Carol Lillig. I help manage the Reach Out Food Pantry. I'm here tonight with Christopher Morrissey. Chris?
Oh, hi. So Carol's put together this incredible program of Reach Out, and I'm just a little cog in the wheel, but I'm a retired teacher, and I have continued to sub for the district and participate in other things. But it's a wonderful program, and there have been times when we managed to bring some turkeys to the families at Sobrato, or different collaborations with the school district. So it's a great. The food pantry is open to anybody within our area, free of charge, who needs food. So.
And Chrissy stopped teaching. Well, she's retired 5 years ago and started volunteering at the pantry 4 years ago, which is just what we love to see in the community. As Chrissy said, we serve about 500 families a month, 1,500 individuals, many families from the school district, and we're glad to be a community partner with all of you, especially your care team. They come several times a week to pick up food for the families and deliver as needed. And we're a partner of Second Harvest Food Bank, and many of the grocery stores in town deliver. We pick up food from them every day. And our newest partner, Grocery Outlet and Chick-fil-A, which is a big hit. And anyway, we're pleased to receive your honor, and we're glad to do what we do and work with you in Morgan Hill. Thank you.
Thank you both. Don't run away. There's a nice certificate and some pictures to do, so don't run too far. And I'll just say what I observed of both of you in this community for a long time is everywhere you go, good things happen. So thank you.
Wow.
Let's go around. I'll invite the board members.
Since I'm always around you, I'll just
Look at Sam Hill. We got a meeting going on here. Get that fuck.
Yes, of course. Is that right? You can get chairs.
Definitely a small town. Turns out Ms. Lillig was also the preschool teacher for one of our trustees. So that, child. Oh, Lord, am I in trouble now? Okay, moving right along. Ann Sobrato, School Board presentation. Principal Sage and the staff.
There we go. Good evening. I'm Teresa Sage, the principal at Ann Sobrato High School, and I am a founding member of Sobrato and have been the principal for the last 6 years. And we are here tonight with our 3 assistant principals and our guiding coalition, and they are going to say their names and who they're representing as they come up to present the slides. So, and then I will be back to answer questions. So thank you for having us tonight.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Anna Parand, and I am the Resource Department Chair. Sobrato serves 1,461 students. Yeah. Should I just go? Okay. And our largest student groups identify as Hispanic, White, and Asian American. About 1/3 of our student body is identified as socioeconomically disadvantaged. 10% of our students have IEPs. In addition, we have 9.5% of our students with 504 plans, and 8% of our students are multilingual learners. And say that I'm not just a parent, I'm also a teacher, and so I've had
of the Guiding Coalition and a proud 2007 Sobrato graduate. So, yes. Yeah, thank you. I would like to introduce some information about our staff. We have 80 certificated staff, 37 classified staff. We have 65 teaching credentials. And actually, as of last night, that 41 was updated to 42 master's degrees. One of our physical education teachers received his master's, had his graduation ceremony. Super exciting. And we also have 13 CTE credentials and 5 dual enrollment teachers. Thank you.
All right. Good evening. My name is Nick Borello. I'm the math department head. Been at Sobrato since 2006, I think. Our first school plan goal is what I'm going to be talking about here, which is academic success. Since at Sobrato, we've enjoyed pretty high graduation rates for all the years that I've been here. The last few years, we've been trying to focus on increasing our A to G eligibility rates. A to G eligibility rates are what was required for students to be able to apply or be accepted to colleges. So, having high graduation rates are great, but also having a high number of students that can make it into colleges is what we're trying to increase here. So last year, our goal was to increase the overall school-wide A to G eligibility rates by 2%. And for the student groups that are mentioned in the slides here, I won't go through them all, but they're broken down there. We're looking to increase all of those A to G eligibility rates by 2%. No, I didn't read that right today. And for those students, we're increasing those ones by 5% in each of those broken down areas up there. We do, here is just the 2024 information. Ms. Valleja is going to have more current data on the next slide. So.
Hi, Vicki Valea, Assistant Principal, Sobrato staff member since 2007. 2 daughters graduated from Sobrato, so definitely go Bulldogs. On this slide, we're highlighting our class of 2025's most recent progress in 3 key areas: the A through G eligibility, the graduation rates, and the CTE pathway completion. What stands out first is that Sobrato continues to graduate students at very high levels across all student groups with an overall graduation rate of 98%, and almost every student group is above 95%. Our A through G eligibility rate is strong overall at 66%, which exceeded our goal, as you saw on the previous slide, of 59%. At the same time, we clearly see areas where we need to focus, particularly for students classified as English learners and students with disabilities, where A through G eligibility is still lower than we want it to be. In addition to college eligibility, we are trying to improve career readiness through the CTE pathways. Our CTE completer rates show that nearly half of our students complete a full pathway before graduating. And 2 years ago, I looked it up, we were around 27%, and now we're at 44%. So we're definitely making strides, which shows our students are engaging with hands-on, career-focused learning. Overall, these data show that Sobrato is graduating students at very high rates while continuing to expand both college and career readiness. We also want to mention in 2025, the U.S. News and World Report ranked our school and Sobrato among the top 9.6% of high schools in California and top 6.7% of schools across the United States. Yeah. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Evan Jones, the head of the English department, talking about some of the actions our school is taking to achieve our academic goal. First, equity and access. We partner with an organization called Equal Opportunity Schools, which helps us increase access to AP and dual enrollment classes for underrepresented student groups. Last year, we administered 1,300 plus AP tests with a 79% pass rate. Our professional learning teams meet as grade level subject area groups at least every 2 weeks to collaboratively plan instruction and assessments, review assessment data, and shape ongoing interventions for students who are not meeting essential standards. This year, our teams are working on integrating universal design principles. School-wide reflection, our entire staff and student body take multiple opportunities throughout the year to reflect on grades, GPA, and iReady assessments to set individual goals for improvement. Students with IEPs, we have 26 sections of inclusion classes in the subject areas of math, English, social studies, and science. And for our students classified as English learners, again, our percentage is about 8% of our students are classified as English learners, with a little bit of a shift as more of them are newcomers with 3 or fewer years in the United States. We hold twice monthly meetings for the ELD team to align curriculum and prepare for the LPAC test, which is one of the reclassification criteria. And this year, we anticipate reclassifying 20 students as English proficient in the spring.
Good evening. My name is Carlos Trujillo, and I'm the newest member of this amazing administrative staff. And our school site plan, goal number 2, revolves around school climate. It's divided up to 2 subgroups. The first one is chronic absenteeism. Our goal is by the end of the school year, we want to decrease by 5% points overall by school, and then 7% points with our socioeconomic students, English language learners, Hispanic, socioeconomically disadvantaged, SED. And our second subgroup revolves around suspensions. Our goal is that by the end of the school year, we hope to decrease our overall suspension rates by 1% and by 2 percentage points for students in the different subgroups I mentioned earlier.
Good evening. I'm Frankie Kellett, one of the assistant principals and proud 2010 graduate from Sobrato. On this slide is the most recent data related to chronic absenteeism and suspensions. Right now, our absenteeism percentages are all below last year's end of year totals, which is expected because the percentage tends to increase throughout the school year. We are still seeing a discrepancy between different student groups. And in terms of suspensions, we have seen fewer suspensions compared to the number of students suspended during the same time frame last school year. And on the next slide, we have some actions we're taking to achieve our goals related to school climate, including chronic absenteeism and suspension rates. We continue to provide students and families with expectations for behavior via video reminders in class. We meet regularly with our campus supervision team to discuss how to best support students when they are out on campus. Our positive behavioral supports and interventions team looks at the needs of our students who have challenges with attendance or behavior and determines supports to be added. And finally, we've been having listening sessions with student groups like students classified as English learners to see what has been helping to make them feel welcome in class and what else would help them to feel more comfortable in class.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Berry, and I am the Social Studies Department Chair at Sobrato High School. And I have been leading and facilitating our professional development work for the last 4 years. At Sobrato, we continue to collaborate within our course-alike PLTs, our professional learning teams. In the last several years, we worked on identifying essential standards and creating unit plans and pacing guides to teach these standards. We have also built common formative and summative assessments and have started using data analysis tools to analyze our student learning. This year, we continue all of this work while also adding a focus on engaging instructional strategies, implementing UDL, which is Universal Design for Learning strategies, into the curriculum, and continuing to reinforce structured student talk routines.
All right, Carlos again. And this slide revolves around attendance. Talk a little bit more about what we are doing to combat that. It's a team effort to get all students to school. We pull data consistently. We meet bi-monthly through our culture and climate meetings, and then we have proactive measures when we look at the data to identify those students, such as home visits, phone calls, and meetings to find solutions to the students. And also on the photos there, you'll see student participation in the September Attendance Challenge. This year, we got third place district-wide. Last year, we got first, and we will be back. As my colleague mentioned earlier, we have student interest groups where we hear from them and how we can improve our school. We're going to continue doing that. In terms of positive reinforcement, we recognize our students quarterly if they are achieving attendance rates above 90%, if they have no tardies, positive behavior, and sweeps where we play a song and students know they have to get to class on time. It's actually been a hit and it's decreased our tardies substantially. And the few students who are caught up in the sweep have attendance redirection from that as part of a consequence. And then lastly, I want to also mention last year we were recognized as a YMCA Asset Champion for the 2025 Caring High School Award.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Greg Chambers. I'm the band director, and as of this year, the the choir director as well. And I get to share some of the exciting things happening with clubs and extracurriculars on the Sobrato campus. To start, there are over 50 clubs on campus that represent various student populations and interests. Sobrato has over 40 athletic teams. We have approximately 650 athletes, which is roughly 45% of the student body. The Sobrato varsity football made it to CCS Division 5 championship game for the first time this year, and unfortunately lost by 1 point in overtime. And our girls volleyball team also made it to the second round of CCS playoffs. The Sobrato Theater Society presents a fall play and a spring musical each year. Last month's play was entitled 26 Pebbles and was a docudrama centered around the tragic Sandy Hook shooting. The robust FFA program participates in regional and statewide conferences and competitions. They attended the National FFA Convention at Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis this past October. Sobrato bands have received consistent unanimous superior ratings at CMEA and other festivals since 2022, including at the prestigious State CMEA Band and Orchestra Festival last year. And for the first time ever, our marching band placed first at state championships and had an undefeated season in their division. And our choir recently had an exchange with West Valley College as well. And this year, the ASB program has experienced significant growth. We added another teacher to the program and expanded from 4 classes to 7 classes, reflecting increased student interest and engagement in the leadership program. ASB plays a key role in building school community, fostering student leadership, and creating inclusive campus experiences. So as you can see from the slides here, we have a snapshot of the many sports, clubs, and art offerings.
I'm Bob Lashbrook, and I am the Science Department Chair. And
Anna, I'm back.
Anna's back to help us talk about all the wonderful things that we do regarding maintaining family engagement on our campus. First, we have the largest ELAC attendance for our families in the district. We provide parents of English learners with opportunities to voice their opinions and inform them about important school events and initiatives. We also invite guest speakers to support parent education and engagement. And at Ansobrado, we also believe in recognizing and celebrating our students' accomplishments. We do that through many academic awards, such as our freshman celebration. Every semester, we have an honor roll celebration, and we celebrate our outstanding seniors with the senior awards. We have a back-to-school night, which informs parents and students about their teachers' expectations. And we have a course information night, which has been extraordinarily well attended ever since I've been there, that informs parents and students about the courses that are offered here at Ansobrado High School. And our next one coming up January 15th, everyone's invited to because it's really, really well done. And of course, we have the Bulldog Family newsletter also.
And in response to the feedback we received from families, we are working on sending out more information about dual enrollment, AP courses, and course acceleration, especially in the areas of math and science. We work collaboratively with our families and ELAC on the Dia de los Muertos celebration, which was really awesome. And it took place during the school day and right after school, marking a meaningful cultural and community event for our campus. And we have used our student listening sessions to gather information about how to support students experiencing personal struggles.
Okay, and I am back, Teresa Sage again. I also have 3 graduates from Ansobrado High School, my personal children, and Dora Jimenez, my trustee assistant. She is a 2016 Sobrado graduate, so Sobrado's in the house. Thank you for having us here tonight, and if you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Thank you, Principal Sage. Anyone? Trustee Altman, please.
Kind of the question would be, what's the magic that y'all do? Because I had, one day I answered the phone when Teresa called me, and that's when I first destroyed my retirement. And
I'm very persuasive.
She was. I worked a third of a year as an assistant principal at Sobrado, and this was, I had cleared the 6 months where you can't work, and then I show up at Sobrado and I see kids there. And first of all, you go out on the yard at Sobrado, it looks like just normal. Like you have to explain to 17-year-olds, don't throw a football in a crowded area, and they're running around going, "Hey!" And then the bell rings, they go into the classroom, and it all changes. And they are serious, the students are serious. And that is where the magic happens. If you could patent how you get that switch to turn. Yes. Students that I spent many hours having to remove from classrooms for blowing out when they were at Britain, and they're sitting in class, they're engaging with the material, and you guys just do such a phenomenal job. I think a lot of it is the whole staff working in the same direction. Mm-hmm. It's magic there. And so go nuts. I saw you back there, Principal Diaz, but Sobrado, and I love Live Oak, but it was just so mind-blowing when I was there, what was happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Student Board Member Latin.
I might be a little biased because I am myself a Sobrato
okay.
student, but these past 4 years have been probably like the best experience I've had in my education prowess through MHUSD. I just want to say a lot of these teachers I have had personally, a lot of the staff I've like communicated with for years, and you all have been so supportive and so amazing. And I just want to thank you all so much for everything you do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Marquez.
Yes, I want to say congratulations on all the extracurriculars and the football and the band. I know one of the band members, and a friend of mine's daughter is in the band. And the football players, I've known some of those football players since they were little boys playing with my grandson. So congratulations. I follow them on Facebook and all their achievements from their parents. So that's great. Congratulations.
Yes.
I do have a question, though.
Yes.
On slide 11, it said, who is Steve? I'm sorry, not who is Steve. It says, Steve says go to school. Who is Steve?
He is from a video game. What was the? Oh yeah, Minecraft. Yes, it was the theme for the district. So they, Jessie and her crew dress up in costumes to come out to schools and if you win. And so we won last year. The Minions came to visit us, and I think Steve went to El Toro this year. So that's who he is.
Oh, thank you.
I'm with you. I asked the same question.
Thank you.
Did you?
Yes.
Trustee Andrade, please.
Inquiring minds want to know, Mr. Torres, what is the song? What is the song that you get students caught up in the sweeps? I have to know. I have to know.
It changes.
It's giving Pavlov's dog's experiment. So I love it. I love that.
Yes.
Anything that you can get.
The Macarena.
Yeah.
Lots of Who Let the Dogs Out? That was a fun one,
That's
right?
good.
Vice President Andrade, when I was at Sobrato last week, they played Selena's Amor Prohibido. It was lovely.
Yes.
Congratulations on just being creative, and if it works, keep doing it. So
that's it. And a shout out to Live Oak. They actually implemented it last year and shared their strategy. So teamwork makes the dream work. Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. Anyone else? Okay. And don't want to miss anybody. I'll just add my wow and thank you. People have already said it all well, and I always look forward to every chance to visit Sobrato. It's always amazing.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
I second that, or third that, or fourth that, or fifth that, whatever. It's a great presentation. Truly enjoyed it and appreciate all that you're doing.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Garcia.
Trustee Altman mentioned that at Sobrato, everyone's rowing in the same direction. And as my team has often heard me say, we're after collective efficacy, not just at some schools, but across the entire district. And so thank you for modeling collective efficacy so beautifully. I want to highlight the graduation rate, 98.1%. I want to provide some context to that. That's not the seniors that started their senior year and ultimately graduated in 1 year. That's cohort. So those are the freshmen that started and continued and stayed through and finished in 4 years. So kudos, congratulations, and I'm incredibly proud. Thank you. Go Bulldogs.
Every senior that we had last year, we had 3 that were summer grads. Every single senior that was with us during their senior year graduated last year. So that is the cohort. So super good.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. Don't go anywhere because you have the next item.
I do.
And Sobrato High School College Board National Recognition Program. Carry on.
Yes. There you go. All right. So the way we're going to do this is we have some nationally recognized students that we're going to start with. And Dora's going to read for me a little blurb. And then we're going to ask anybody who has nationally got the national recognition to line up. So not our commended students yet, and not our semifinalists. So national recognized. So we're going to have them line up, and we're going to make sure we get everybody. They're going to come up to the microphone. They're going to introduce themselves, the first and last name, and they're going to tell you what their top school is right now, since they're anxiously rating application notices right now, and hoping and fingers crossed and all of the hard work is worth it. So I'm going to have Dora read first, and then we'll have people line up. Come up.
Alrighty. Morgan Hill Unified School District is pleased to recognize 44 students of Ann Sobrato High School for being selected as a College Board National Recognition Program awardee. These students are among the 280,000 that have earned academic honors through College Board. To qualify, students must have a GPA of 3.3 or higher and have excelled on the PSAT, NMSQT, or PSAT 10, or their AP exams. Students further distinguish themselves by scoring in the top 10% of test takers at their high school, identify as first-generation college students, and or have earned a score of 3 or higher on 2 or more AP exams by the end of the 10th grade. We are extremely proud of these students' accomplishments. Congratulations to these outstanding students who are excellent representatives of Ann Sobrato High School and the Morgan Hill Unified School District.
Yes, yes, yes. And then students, once you say your name and your top school, then your assistant principal has your certificate. They're going to line on up.
So it's like a conga line, but with a microphone.
Just like we did. Get in line.
My name is Riley Plew, and my top school is UC Irvine.
My name is Olivia Irvine, and my top school is Cal Poly.
My name is Alexis Provençal, and my top school is UC Berkeley. My name is Bridget Huang, and my top school is Stanford.
My name is Mason Brink, and my top school is UC Davis.
My name is Kyle Cleveter, and my top school is UCLA.
I'm Yasham Vasa, and I'm hoping to get into UCLA.
My name is Maya De La Cruz, and my top school is UC Santa Cruz.
My name is Nawar Abdullah, and my top school is UC Berkeley.
My name is Avi Sugar, and my top school is UCLA.
My name is Haley Lee, and my top school is UCLA as well.
My name is Aaron Way, and my top school is UC Berkeley.
And we're going to continue right into the next round.
Okay.
It is.
One moment. We're going to take a
Yes.
picture of this group and then.
Do you want to do all of them at one time? So, because
Okay.
a lot of them overlap.
Fair
They
fair
get
enough.
both.
Please continue. Item 4.
Okay, yeah. So we appreciate everybody that was able to make it during the, it's busy, last day of finals today. Everybody's excited and going to be on vacation. So the next group, we're going to call up them individually, and we're going to do commended students first, and then our semifinalists. So our commended students have certificates today, and our semifinalists are actually continuing on in the competition to become a finalist for National Merit Scholars. So we're going to start with our commended students and the information. Yeah, go ahead.
Morgan Hill Unified School District is proud to honor the following Ann Sobrato High School students for their outstanding academic achievement in the 2026 National Merit Scholarship Program. About 34,000 commended students throughout the nation are being recognized for their exceptional academic promise. Commended students entered the 2026 competition by taking the 2024 preliminary SAT/National Merit Scholarship qualifying test. Congratulations to Ish Khandra. Haley Lee. Caleb McEwen. Aaron Nui. Alexis Provençal. Rahat Sarah. Congratulations for being named commended students. All right. About 16,000 semifinalist students throughout the nation are being recognized for their exceptional academic promise. Congratulations to Alyssa Hosavar Tabuchi. and Adita Shagur for being recognized as a semifinalist. These students will move on to the next round that will be finalized in February. Congratulations to these outstanding students who are excellent representatives of Morgan Hill Unified School District and Ann Sobrato High School.
Okay, now if you want to gather for a picture.
All right. Come around here.
Get other students. Yeah.
So we'll do one like this, and then we'll have you invite your parents, friends, guardians, family members.
Are you gonna get it?
Don't anybody move.
Hold on, I feel like all right. Okay. We're ready? 1, 2, 3. We'll take several. And then parents. Come on up.
Parents, guardians, anybody that's helping.
All caregivers. Yeah. Loved ones. Parents. You want to get in? Shelley, get in the picture.
I think that's what they want, but I think
This is a collective effort, it's a village. Oh, sorry. Yes, please, please.
You look like you wanted a picture. You want me to take a picture for you?
All right, just look towards the door.
Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
0.5.
Sorry, we did have some overlap, but if it's okay, I'd like to invite back up our commended students and our semifinalists that did not say their colleges yet. Would that be okay?
Of course.
Okay, all right, here we go. So commended students that did not come up and say their college yet, and semifinalists.
My name is Caleb McEwen, and my top college is BYU.
My name is Ish Kandra. My top college is UC Berkeley.
All right. Anyone else we missed? Here we go.
Hello, my name is Ashley, and I would like to go to Stanford.
Excellent.
Any others that did not make it to the microphone yet? Woo! All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
We have 4 more items for you, Principal Sage. Okay. Wonderfully done. What a great opportunity to recognize so much hard work and big heart. Wonderfully done. A little early. I'm going to have to ask anyone who wants to continue congratulating students, please do that out in the lobby there so we can continue on. We've got a long agenda. We're on item G1. Okay, thank you very much. Item G1, approval of minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes of the November 13th meeting?
I motion that we approve the minutes.
Thank you, Vice President Andrade. Do we have a second? Sorry?
I second.
Oh, thank you, Student Board Member. And then Student Board Member Latin, what's your vote?
Aye.
Aye. Others, if you agree, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? So trustees Altman and Gardner abstained, and trustee Munson is out of the room. So technically, this passes with 4 votes, 1 absence, and 2 abstentions. You got that? Okay, and a student board member vote.
All right.
Okay, let me get to our public comment. We're about to have public comment, members of the public, on topics not listed on the agenda. The board may not discuss issues raised which are not listed on the agenda. So I think, do we still have Mr. Adams on Zoom? Yes. Yeah, I see a lot of Post-its here. So are these for the... So this is all for items not on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 8. Okay, that's, we can still allow 3 minutes each. We have a 20-minute total, but we will start then on Zoom with Mr. Brian Adams. And once Brian is here.
I'm here, thank you. Hang on 1 second, though.
Okay. Sorry?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you fine. Your 3 minutes have begun.
Okay, well, it's a beautiful presentation so far. I really appreciate hearing all the good things at the different, at least the couple of schools that we talked about. I guess I'm more concerned about how the fact that the our school system is basically seriously broken. And John, John, you hired the superintendent with full knowledge of her track record, one that left her previous district financially broken and on the brink of complete failure. It appears to me. And then you then stood up as she hired as a chief business officer from a district so mismanaged it fell into extreme deficit spending, triggering deep budget cuts, mass layoffs, and school closures. I mean, is this something we have to look forward to? I'm just saying that not as a question, but it looks like it's inevitable. This is not bad luck. It is a pattern. As board president, John, you have not merely tolerated poor leadership, you have actually enabled it. Worse, you have actively worked with or for the superintendent to shut down transparency, keeping critical discussion and decision-making out of public view and away from the full board. I apologize to sound like somebody who is trying to be a bummer, but it just, whatever all you people are doing, it just seems like it's just not really working. I'm so saddened to hear that we still have kids going to our schools that don't want to show up. I mean, think of the money that's being missed just by being able not to get those kids in schools. I think we better work really hard to make that work. And if kids are not going to be showing up, well, then very seriously, kids don't understand how important school is. And I don't know what you're going to do with that, but I spent a lot of years of my life in public education as a student, and all the way through UCLA, UC San Francisco, all the way through California. And I don't think I've ever missed a day in my life. So anyway, long story short, I appreciate what you guys are trying to do, but I think we need some dramatic shakeup on your board, on all the individuals sitting at that table. You seriously need to think about what it is we're trying to do at the Morgan Hill Unified School District. And with that, I'll end my conversation. Thank you much.
Okay, our next speaker is Mark Hinkle, I believe also on Zoom. Is that correct?
Can you hear me okay?
So we'll get Mr. Hinkle. We can. Your 3 minutes are beginning.
Thank you. I'm a district resident. My son went to charter school and graduated from Sobrato. I also happen to be the president of the Silicon Valley Taxpayers Association. And I was kind of interesting to hear the graduation rates sounded pretty neat. But then I looked at the educational partner data set, and it looks like over 52% of the students are behind grade level in English, and over 64% are behind grade level in math. That's pretty pathetic. My main concern tonight is I understand that you guys are considering a bond measure, and I am a co-author of the ballot argument in 2020 that defeated Measure I with 60% of the voters voting no. And I'd like to read you what I said in that argument. And then again, this is in 2020. 8 years ago, the Morgan Hill Unified School District voted $198 million for a bond tax to improve student access to computers and modern technology, upgrade heating and cooling systems, old classrooms, fire safety, and enhance energy efficiency. Then in 2020, what are they doing? They wanted to borrow $900 million bond measure, which, by the way, I hope everybody is aware that when you pass a bond, that doubles the cost of everything it purchases because you have to pay it back with interest. It's like a mortgage. So 8 years, we're talking about student access to computers and modern technology, replacing the old heater and cooling systems, upgrading old classrooms, fire safety, energy efficiency. In other words, it's the same thing every 4 to 8 years. So my prediction in 2020 is that you guys would come back in 2028 and ask for $4.5 billion. Well, you're honestly a little more than 2 years early. So this is a pretty dramatic bad show on your part. And I will be happy if you guys to decide to submit a ballot argument for partial tax or bond measures. I will lead the charge once again to defeat it and bring some economic reality to the Morgan Hill Unified School District. Thank you kindly.
Okay, I believe that concludes our commenters on Zoom. We'll move to in the room, starting with Mr. Chris Robel. Please approach the microphone.
Hi, good evening, board members. I'm here tonight because the way this board has handled the potential tax measures is unacceptable and deeply troubling. On October 23rd, the board held a study session on a bond and a parcel tax. There was discussion, but no vote, no consensus, and no direct financial advisor Dale Scott. That is not how a governing board is supposed to operate. Even more concerning, the contract with Dale Scott was never placed on a board agenda despite Carmen stating that it was discussed. If this contract was discussed or approved outside a properly noticed board meeting, that raises serious Brown Act concerns. And frankly, who knows what the terms of Dale Scott contract even says, how much that contract could ultimately cost taxpayers, since it's never been transparently presented or approved in public. Let me be clear about why this matters. A bond requires 2/3 vote of this board. Without that level of support, this bond is dead. Spending taxpayer money before you even know whether 2/3 of the board is on board is fiscally reckless. And contrary to what was stated earlier, last board meeting, by signaling the DWK agreement, by signing it, it's already financially committed. The contract clearly states legal fees up to $12,500 with incidental expenses of dollars for bond work, and uncapped amounts for parcel taxes must be paid even if the board decides not to proceed for whatever reason, if polling doesn't become favorable or what have you. So taxpayers are on the dime even if this effort goes nowhere. Now I want to address an issue that's completely unacceptable. It is not okay that this board continues to allow Veronica to vote or participate in bond-related matters when her husband is the bond director. This is a direct conflict of interest. It undermines public trust. You've received my email, and there'll be more on this forthcoming, and Pamela's email on the issue as well, and we expect a response. This is a total violation of Government Code 1090. It's an FPPC problem. I can keep going on, and I am pursuing it. This should never have been allowed to continue, and it must stop immediately. And all of the board is culpable if you continue with that. So the real question is, who authorized all this stuff that I'm talking about? Who decided to move forward with legal expenses, polling, financial advisors without a public board decision in a public meeting, without transparency, without accountability? Because from the outside, it looks like major financial decisions are being driven behind closed doors by staff and individual board members rather than by this board in public session. It's not responsible governance, it's not transparency, it's not respect for taxpayers. I strongly urge the new board president to immediately halt any further tax measure spending, address the conflict of issue measure head on, and bring this entire back to the board for a full open public discussion before another dollar is spent. The public deserves better than backroom decisions and silences on obvious conflicts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Armando Benavides. Right there. There he is. Thank you, Mr. Benavides. Your 3 minutes begins.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members. Oh, well, good thing we don't have a bond measure issue. I imagine that's going to be a big issue in 2026, but I guess the discussion starts now with some members. I do want to briefly comment on the City of Morgan Hills Comprehensive Safety Action Plan. I don't know if you're aware of it, but one of the things that is the city hired an independent consultant to develop the plan. It's basically the scope of the study is broad enough, and it evaluates all the conditions in our schools in terms of safety, accident safety, and it's comprehensive. It looks at vehicles, bicycle and pedestrian accidents that have happened throughout our city, and each one of our schools is basically getting the attention. Looking at it, this consultant is looking at every school, looking at the traffic patterns, looking at how many people are walking, how many accidents have occurred around those schools, and this is really a great action on the plan on the part of the city. This is not a theoretical exercise. I am part of the advisory committee, and some of our school principals actually participated and are part of the advisory committee, but they are providing in-ground insight into safety challenges facing by our students, family, and staff as they travel to our school sites from home or to home. And one of the things that I would recommend is that every school, once we get that plan in place, that every school site get a copy of that plan and basically look at it as a working plan to see how it could be implemented. The school site council, the parent groups can certainly look at it. And the second thing I would recommend would be that the city school liaison committees with the city and the trustees that are involved with that should also look at that to see how it could be implemented. I think it's the safety study represents a significant investment of public dollars on the part of the city, and I believe that if we really look at it, I know we had an accident not too long ago downtown, and we certainly took that very seriously, and we're looking at that. But I think this plan is going to be great once we get it through to improve safety for our students, our staff, and our families as they go to and from school. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Benavides. Next, we have, I see Debbie Wilson. So did you want to comment now or later during the budget item? Sorry? Now. Okay, please.
So my name is Debbie Wilson. I work for the school district. Oh, what, Mike?
Just pull it down a little bit so you can.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, my name's Debbie Wilson. I worked for the school district for 16 years and in the finance department. And it's my understanding that this district is continuing to move into the red, that like health and wellness and counseling. And the issue is that, well, number one, you don't keep spending money that you don't have. And what's upsetting is that I'm a taxpayer and I don't like the way you're spending my money. And our children are not being educated. I feel that worse than the financial difficulties, I think there's a moral bankruptcy in the school district. And I'd like to read something to you. in the Bible, 2 Chronicles 7:14, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land or their school or their home. I believe if each of us seek the face of God, he's a creator of all things. He has a plan for every person, that he can heal the finances. He can make sure our kids are educated. If we focus on classical education, figure out what worked in the past, and do that and drop all the indoctrination, the DEI, the CRT, the grooming, get pornographic books out of our library. If we don't, you're going to continue to reap what you sow if you don't change the direction you're going. So that's my issue, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have James Levis. Mr. Levis?
Good evening. Nice to see you all. President Horner, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Garcia, and guests. I speak tonight in support of Trustee Altman for the President of the Board. She was Vice President last year and for some unknown reason was passed over for President this year. Not only was she a successful Vice President, but in my opinion is the most qualified member of the Board to be President. She has 23 years of experience in this district as a special education teacher and assistant principal at both Britton and Sobrato. She has served for 3 years on the board, second most of current board members, and has served on the Budget Committee, which I believe to be of utmost importance with the current budget crisis. Her unparalleled experience, expertise, and knowledge, along with her unwavering commitment to our students, families, and staff, make her the best candidate for board president. Trustee Altman is by far the most qualified trustee, and I ask that the board vote to make her the president for the next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levis. Next, we have Carolyn Carruthers. Ms. Carruthers, thank you.
And her entourage.
And her entourage.
We're Miss Sherelle.
Where they go one, then they go all? Yeah.
Sorry.
You might have to adjust the microphone a little bit.
Yes, I can.
It's okay.
Hello. Is this on? You can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak to you. We are members of the Gamma Alpha chapter in Morgan Hill of the Delta Kappa Gamma International Organization. We are an educational society that supports women in education since 1929 and recognizes their achievements. Gamma Alpha chapter also supports our community through literacy projects. We're involved with St. Louis Hospital, where we have a program called Babies and Books, and we give a board book to every new mother at St. Louis Hospital. We have 7 little libraries around Morgan Hill and one at the bus stop at St. Louis Hospital, where we stock the books so people in the neighborhoods can go through and find books. And our members also are docents that have the field trips at the Morgan Hill Villa Veramonte house, where the 3rd graders in our community go and learn about life as it was in Morgan Hill.
So now Mary Kellogg?
She was Mary.
Oh, my apologies.
This is Carolyn.
Very good.
I'm Carolyn Carruthers.
My
Both
apologies.
of us are retired teachers from P.A. Walsh School.
And most of our members are retired teachers.
Yes, most of our members are retired teachers.
Not you.
We are here to acknowledge someone that's on your board. At our last yearly November conference, women were and are always recognized for their achievements in education. One of the awards given is Service to the Profession.
and achievement as an educator who strives for the betterment of education in our community.
And our award says, Nancy Altman is receiving our Service to Profession Award. She was a special education teacher at Britain, of course, and assistant principal at Morgan Hill. She was a member of our Gamma Alpha chapter and a co-worker of many of our members many years ago, and she's back with us now. She's been a teacher for some of our children, and so we're so glad to have her with us. After retiring from teaching, she mentored special education teachers. Currently, she is a board member for the Morgan Hill Unified School District, keeping the needs of teachers and students foremost in her mind as she makes decisions. She now works for a special education contractor helping districts with their special education programs. She has coached girls basketball and a developmental basketball league program. She is a leader in AAUW's Young Women Leaders program, mentoring young women in Morgan Hill to be future leaders.
Yes, and I think we need to give her a hand.
Yes. Thank you, Nancy, for all you do to serve our students, our teachers, our community. And we're wondering if we could have a picture with her. Would that be okay?
The chair will allow it,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Want to do the gather around thing? Yeah, let's get it. Gather around. Oh, okay, we're good. We're good. I hear that. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, that closes public comment for items not on the agenda. We will now move on to our reports, starting with our student board member.
All right.
Is this working? Okay.
Is it okay for me to call this my favorite report?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay.
Bring this closer. Okay. Hello, my name is Rebecca Oh, I'm at the very end. That's not good. Oh, wait, give me a second, guys. So sorry.
1 second here.
Yes. If this presentation could be longer. Okay. That looks like a start. Okay. Again, my name is Rebecca Latin, and I'm the student board representative today, and I'm going to share my student board report when it's loading, when it loads. So sorry. Okay. All right. Starting strong with Ann Sobrato High School, students are being surveyed currently about cell phone use to help inform the work policy committee during this week. Families are also being invited to complete the WASC family survey to share feedback on our school's programs, learning environment, and overall student experience as a part of the accreditation process. The deadline has been extended to tomorrow, December 19th. Today, there's also a fundraiser for the Sobrato Murphy Music Association, which helps support scholarships and fundraising opportunities for our band programs through the district at Childos. So if you would like some good food after this really long meeting, I encourage you to go stop by. Let's run down. Okay. Transitioning to Live Oak High School, Live Oak families are also being asked to complete a cell phone survey about the use of cell phones within school. A huge congratulations to Live Oak for being selected as the YMCA Project Cornerstone 2026 Carrying High School as a champion. Congratulations. And Live Oak's course information night will be held on January 8th in the gym. For Sobrato, their course information night is also on January 15th. Central High School is having a Needed Culinary Academy, which is a culinary arts program through January 6th through 9th for ages 15 to 25, which sounds like a really, really immersive program to help prepare students for hospitality careers, which is a really good opportunity. Going to Britton Middle School, Britton counselors are in the process of pre-registering students for high school. I missed that miss not being in high school. Sixth grade students are being ready to shift into the semester 2 elective wheel. And today is the last day to support the Britain Homeschool Club at the Sushi Confidential for dine-in and take-out. Catering sales and sushi making kits are included in the fundraiser through the end of the month. Going to Martin Murphy Middle School, go Mustangs. Again, the Sobrato Murphy Music Association is hosting their 12th August fundraiser tonight, and students are invited to come to the course information nights for both Sobrato and Live Oak to see what will be provided for them going into high school. Going over the jam, students are concluding iReady winter diagnosis for reading and math before the break. Today is also the last day of the ASB toy drive. Please give to kids in the area who are less fortunate than us. There's a bin near the office in the hallway. Tomorrow is the holiday music performance at 8:10 in the auditorium. There's a school side council meeting being held on January 6th. ELAC meeting will be happening on January 7th, and the Home and School Club will be held on January 15th. Going to San Martin Gwin, Project Cornerstone is holding an inclusion workshop via Zoom on January 14th from 5:30 to 7 p.m. Principal Ramos will have a coffee chat on January 27th, and sign-ups for the after-school program will close tomorrow on December 19th. Nordstrom Elementary, also an old school of mine. Tomorrow will be the last day at the school, and they're going to have fun and have hot cocoa and treats and watch probably a movie. TK and kindergarten enrollment is already starting. PA Walsh, tomorrow's the last day before break. The Y Project Cornerstone will hold a workshop of inclusion on Tuesday, January 13th, and tomorrow is the last day to register for session 2 of the after-school program, which starts on January 12th. El Toro is completing their iReady tests this week, right before break, and tomorrow is the last day of school. Okay, Paradise. Tomorrow's pajama day. That's pretty cozy. Great way to end the semester. Barrett Elementary, the Barrett Librarian has provided a link in Parent Square to comic templates and activities to do over the break if students would like to do stuff without looking at the screens. It's good to get a break from the technology. Project Cornerstone will also be holding an inclusion workshop on January 13th. Los Paseos, it's also their last day before school. Hopefully they're having some pajama days. If not, that's sad. Thank you.
Wonderfully done. Thank you very much. Okay, now item I2, superintendent and staff report.
Thank you very much, President Horner. As is customary, my update is activities and highlights since our last board meeting. We'd like to begin by once again honoring Leal Hospitality for their second annual Grilling for Growth that benefits our Farm to Fork pathways and also our culinary arts pathway. The Morgan Hill Education Foundation nominated Leal Hospitality, Frank Leal in particular, to receive this recognition, and it's incredibly well deserved. Student Board Member Latin definitely has already shared this. I didn't know whether you were going to share it, but I'm glad that we get to sort of go back to back. During Sobrato's presentation, you heard that last year they won the Project Cornerstone Caring High School Award. And at the time, Live Oak came in second place by a smidge of and I don't know if Live Oak knew that, but you were very, very close. Now you know. And so this year, though, Live Oak High School is the most caring high school in all of Santa Clara County. And so I want to acknowledge Principal Diaz and the faculty that are here. Thank you so much for your hard work. And they will be recognized at an upcoming breakfast in Santa Clara, in the city of Santa Clara. Our school district was out in full force during a recent Santa Clara County Office of Education panel on how we support the unhoused. We were one of the case studies. Director Swift, President Horner, and other members from the Student Services Department were able to provide the Morgan Hill Unified case study of how we support our nearly 10% of our students who are unhoused. And if you are not familiar with what we do, what the team does to support families who are currently experiencing homelessness, your mind will be blown away. So thank you, kudos. Thank you, President Horner, and thank you, Director Swift, for having led this conversation across the county. Yes. This is one of the many competitions that I was able to attend in support of the Emerald Regime and also the Sobrato Marching Band. And so this is what Mr. Chambers shared during his presentation, that Sobrato won first place at the state championship in Fresno. I also want to acknowledge band director Russell, who is in, Dr. Zimmer, who is in the house, and he's not here. He's looking. He's sitting.
He's looking for himself.
Where is
That's
he?
the
Where is he?
lie.
Where is he? He is in the back, and I want to publicly thank you for returning to Live Oak High School, your alma mater. And I cannot wait to see what you do with the Emerald Regime and how you, together with the faculty and the parents and the students and the community, I know that you two will be in first place in no time. So kudos to both marching bands. California School Boards Association has an annual conference. It's AEC, Annual Education Conference. And so several board members and myself attended the multi-day conference. The picture at the bottom were our candidates, many candidates who are vying for the state superintendent of public instruction position. We also were able to hear from candidates who are vying to be the next governor of California. I continue my chats with Carmen. It's my 5th year doing them. These are monthly. I encourage all community members to come and chat. Zero agenda other than let's talk. And so I had my most recent chats with Carmen. School visits, my favorite time. I love capturing images of our students in action. So these are just a few pictures from the many sites we visited. Girls Inc. It just actually happened this week, the graduation at Live Oak High School. I want to publicly acknowledge Director Swift for having brought this program to our school district. We had an inaugural program last year with 8th graders. It was a one-day conference. But this year, though, we're doing the full 13-week session, and we had 42 graduates.
A little less. We started with 50, and then we ended up with about
32 graduates. These are all the graduates, and every single one of them were able to present a mini speech, and every single speech moved me. And I'm wondering, Director Swift, if we can maybe capture those speeches, and then we'll figure out a way to share them widely. So congratulations to all the girls and the one gentleman who was able to graduate from the program. And we're bringing Girls Inc. to Sobrato High School next year. I meant to say next semester. I meant to say next semester. I said next year. And I know Central will be soon as well. I am a member of the Santa Clara County Superintendents Association, and so we had some guest speakers from, and this in particular from the San Jose Library. For many of you that do not know, we do have 2 schools in South San Jose, and so those 2 schools in particular are eligible for all of the resources that the city of San Jose offers. And so we went ahead and shared those resources with Los Paseos and Martin Murphy. Huge congratulations to our many this is just a couple of screenshots. The Parent Institute for Quality Education has been around for quite some time, and these are workshops that help our parents understand our American educational system, ways that they can support their children, understanding the A through G requirements, so on and so forth. And Principal Diaz was a keynote speaker, and the parents had a lot of very good questions for Principal Diaz. And so thank you, Principal Diaz, for supporting our parents in their quest to better prepare their children to go to college. Spirit Days, this is one of my, probably my favorite pictures so far this year. It is so incredibly important that the leaders that face our students, every adult really that faces our student, that our students see themselves reflected in our teachers and our classified and our administrators. And so, so this is a picture of Principal Ramos. So it was Twinning Day, or Crazy, can't remember the name of the movie, where Freaky Friday, where the mom and the daughter switch for a day. So that's what this was Freaky Friday. And so there were several students that dressed like Mr. Ramos. I thought that was so cute. Science fair at Britton Middle School. Incredible science fair project. So kudos to all of the students and all of the teachers that supported the students. I also participated at breakfast with Santa at San Martin Gwin this Saturday. If you have not been, you don't know what you're missing out. Probably, I don't know, 1,000 people were there. 1,000 people. I may have added a couple hundred. Many were there. And so thank you to our home and school club and our administrators and our parents and our students. We had grandparents, great grandparents. It was just absolutely lovely. And of course, our students were the main attraction. We also have quarterly parent district roundtable meetings. And so we had our most recent meeting. And whatever we offer for our parents, we understand that they work at various hours. And so if we offer an opportunity to engage with parents in the evening, we do the same thing in the morning to be able to capture super wide net based on parent availability. Also attended the P.A. Walsh Winter Wonderland. It was delightful. The food was delicious. The prizes were incredible. I don't know if you can tell, but the bag, it has a little betta fish in there. Oh, so incredibly cute. So thank you again to our home and school club parents and staff and faculty and administrators and students for an incredible wonderland. It was indeed a wonderland. Just today, Cecilia Ponzini and the Edward Boss Prado Foundation held their Toys for Our Own. And if you can point your attention to the bottom two rows. So those are our principals or community liaisons, cars, personal vehicles, and you see some Santas. These cars were filled to capacity with toys, and all of those toys are going to be distributed, if not today, tomorrow. So thank you to Cecilia Ponzini and the entire Morgan Hill community and our students and our faculty who donated. It was a wonderful, wonderful event. And then lastly, I wanted to wish everyone the happiest of holidays. So from my family to yours, I hope you enjoy a restful holiday break and a happy new year, and we'll see you in 2026. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Any other staff reports today? No, okay. We'll now move on to our employee group reports, starting with the Morgan Hill Classified Employee Association. Ms. Garcia? Oh, I'm sorry, my apologies, no report there. So then we'll move to the Morgan Hill Federation of Teachers with President Q.A. Yen.
I guess I didn't get the memo that we're wearing red today. Yeah.
Well, particularly for Sobrato, so maybe not.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
Kind of maroon.
Yeah. Good evening, board trustees, executive cabinet, and community members. My name is Kiwei Win, and I'm honored to be the elected president of the Morgan Hill Federation of Teachers. Last board meeting, you heard from 4 of our site representatives about Article 6 retirement options. At this meeting, you will hear from our Paradise Valley site representatives, Stephanie Majors and Sabrina Grant, along with Central High School representatives, Daniel Mendoza and Shelley Brink, on Article 4 compensation. So Stephanie and Sabrina, you're up first.
Good evening. My name is Sabrina Grant, and I am here with Stephanie Majors. We are both proud teachers in the district and serving at Paradise Valley Engineering Academy. We are here tonight to speak not only for ourselves, but for the many dedicated educators who pour their hearts, time, and expertise into ensuring our students receive a quality education while at Morgan Hill Unified School District. Many of us hold advanced degrees and have devoted years, often decades, to this profession and the students in this community. We arrive early, stay late, and spend countless unpaid hours planning lessons, grading papers, and supporting our students beyond the classroom. Additionally, teachers are managing an unprecedented level of student behavior. On top of our regular duties, we are documenting incidents in ARIES, writing emails to families, attending numerous meetings, especially IEP meetings for SPED teachers, and addressing crises during lunch, recess, and prep periods, staying well beyond the mere 5 minutes before and after of our school paid contract time. But love and dedication alone cannot pay our rent or buy groceries, especially not here in Silicon Valley, where the cost of living continues to skyrocket. Our salaries have not kept pace with inflation, and each year it becomes harder for teachers to afford to live in the very communities we serve. Despite the district operating in deficit spending, the cost of living has continued to rise. Over the past 2 years, our certificated members have gotten a half increasing insurance premiums with less coverage. In real terms, teachers are making less each year while doing more than ever. Additionally, I would like to address the idea of workforce housing discussed at the October 23rd board meeting. Respectfully, it should be noted that if teachers in our community cannot even afford housing in the city we serve, then we have a serious issue. The answer cannot and should not be to create apartments owned by the school district for said teachers to live in. The answer should be to pay us a living wage, or at least keep our raises up with inflation so that we have the option to live where we work, should we choose to do so.
Because competing districts offer higher pay, sorry, I'm sure I'm going to bring this down. We've seen an alarming turnover rate among our educators. We want you to fairly compensate our veteran teachers while also offering a competitive salary for new teachers. Consistently training new interns only to have them leave after a year or two is not sustainable, and it is not what is best for our students. Student achievement is directly impacted when highly qualified teachers leave our district because of lack of pay. Test scores decline and classroom misbehavior increases. Our students deserve experienced, stable, and well-supported teachers in their classrooms. These expectations are not new, but they are unsustainable without fair compensation. At a minimum, teachers deserve a salary increase that keeps up with the rising cost of living in Silicon Valley. No one should fall financially behind simply for choosing to remain in a profession that shapes every other profession. We love our students. We show up for them every day. The responsibility. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stephanie and Sabrina. Now I have Daniel and Shelley to share their thoughts.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Mendoza. I'm the Central High School's union representative. Speaking to you today on behalf of our school regarding the topic of compensation. Our staff examined many areas of Article 4 in order to better present to you today. There is a discussion at the district regarding our site bringing an early middle college program in the future. We think that teachers who earn master's degrees should receive more in compensation than the standard $1,500 under Article 4.6. We think that this may encourage more staff members to pursue a master's degree in order to support the possible implementation of this strand. The team at Central works hard to ensure that all the students have the best opportunity to succeed. The staff should be fairly compensated for the hard work they do on a daily basis. Compensation continues to be an important issue to many teachers, especially as the cost of living in our community continues to rise. A cost of living raise would help teachers keep pace with the rising costs in our economy. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Daniel and Shelley. Don't leave yet. As well as hearing feedback from Paradise and Central, our members at other sites were also asked to provide their feedback on Article 4 compensation. A noteworthy item, which was consistently repeated, was that while we have recently made improvements in hourly rates, the subject of salaries looms over all of us as the cost of living continues to rise faster than our increases. Members noted that grocery prices have increased approximately 18% since 2022. $147,000, $430 in order to live comfortably. In order for a family of 4 in San Jose to live comfortably, they need to make a combined salary of $371,571. To compare, our basic certificated salary tops out at $137,000 after working in our district for 30 years. This is not comfortable or feasible. Additionally, several members noted that other areas of compensation, such as additional certifications and compensations for masters and doctorates, have remained the same for many years at just $1,500, as Daniel noted. It is imperative to understand that the 3 articles which my members have spoken to at the last 3 board meetings are so interwoven. As healthcare increases, our members feel the brunt of choosing between healthcare, Article 6, and compensation, Article 4. As they think about retirement, Article 9, they need to make informed decisions about how putting an emphasis on increasing compensation over benefit contributions and vice versa will affect their retirement. I know that we are all feeling the weight of the economy bearing down on us, and I know that our educators who are working diligently daily for the students of this district are also feeling this weight, perhaps more so during this holiday season. In many instances, educators get compared to being superheroes without capes. Oftentimes, that statement is followed by being told that we also do not get paid nearly what we are owed. Implications are made such as educators educate due to passion. They educate because it is right. They educate because it's in their blood. But these analogies are faulty. Superheroes do not get paid. Passion does not pay the bills. Being underpaid is not right, and maintaining family legacy should not be at a price. In summary, one side said it about as perfectly as I think I could. So I will end my compensation conversation with this. While there is a district budget shortfall, it should not be balanced on the backs of your educators. And now, for tonight's board agenda items, I do have a few I would like to address. First, item K11, A, B, and C, regarding the election of a board president, vice president, and clerk. Whoever these turn out to be, I am truly hopeful we all work together in order to foster a relationship that is focused on bettering the district for our students. And even those who do not accept leadership positions this evening, I look forward to working together in order to achieve this goal with you as well. And lastly, item K11D regarding the assignment of board committees, I have a request to make. While I'm happy to see the addition of a trustee to the Budget Advisory Committee, I notice that only one individual has been allocated, and I ask that you consider the addition of one more trustee. As this is a newly formed body going to only its second year of inception, it gains and ultimately makes recommendations that have great and possibly grave impacts on the 500 educators whom I represent. I believe it is imperative that two of you are present to learn, hear, and uphold. I see overseeing the budget as one of the main responsibilities of your position, especially in these times of a budget shortfall. I hope that you will amend the 8th line of the assignments table to include 2 board representatives for this vital work. Thank you and happy holidays.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the time and perspective. Do we have Mr. Patrick Buxer for the Morgan Hill Educational Leaders Association, either here or on Zoom?
I am here. Can you hear me okay, John? Can you hear me okay, John? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you for having the opportunity to speak tonight. From Mahela, our principal has been working hard with having data chats with our executive cabinet. We've been taking time to look at the dashboard and celebrate the areas of success and also the areas for growth. Our special thank you to our district for sending out the cell phone policy surveys to all educational partners, parents, students, staff. We've had a Warm Haven Inclusion Collaborative meeting where we continued our conversation around rightful presence and an inclusive environments for all kids. You have many principals who sat on the Comprehensive Safety Action Committee. There was the 3rd meeting last week, and a report was finalized and helped to understand all the different factors that can help improve ingress and egress at all the different sites in our school district. Our middle school, college, and career survey was distributed. This is the first time ever where kids were surveyed about their future aspirations and planted the seeds of both CTE and college regarding next steps as they grow up. Our elementary schools had our Be Seen, Be Heard presentations, and secondaries I know are in the process as well as after vacation. SARCs are coming out, and we'll have that for you once you come back from vacation, the school accountability report cards. The final food drive push is going on tomorrow. And finally, we are looking forward to having our STEAM fair when we come back in January 2026. And that is it from Mahela.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bookser. Yeah, I'm getting over a scratchy throat myself here. It's been going around. Very good. We'll move on to board member reports. A couple brief comments before we do that. Our planning, like usually in January, we have an AEC report out for those that went to the annual education conference to have a longer bit on that. So if there's something you learned there that's super pertinent tonight, please share it. But otherwise, let's bring that back in January when we have a little bit lighter agenda. And I'm also planning after board reports to take a 5-minute stretch break, as we're already past the 90-minute window that I usually try and do that at. So those said, would anyone like to kick off some board member reports? Please, Trustee Marquez.
Thank you. As Superintendent Garcia had mentioned, there was the SCCSBA meeting at the Sharpening the Image, Developing the Picture for Unhoused Learners back in November that I attended. Very eye-opening on how many students and families are in Morgan Hill that are unhoused. It was actually very sad to hear, but there's things being done, so I was happy to see that. We had our wonderful speakers along with our very own panel moderator, President John Horner, Student Support Specialist Camise England, Director of Student Services Jesse Swift, and Supervisor of Student Services Jacqueline Snyder. They were wonderful on the panel, answered all the questions, great presentation. And I'm sure John will elaborate once he gives his reports.
I wasn't planning to, but I'll say a few things about it.
You should.
Anyone else? Oh, sorry. Are you still?
Yes.
Okay, please.
I joined the CAB meeting, which is the Community Assets Builders meeting. So many events, some of which have already passed, but one upcoming event is the Holiday Adult Social Dance tomorrow night for adults 50 and over at the Centennial Recreation Center in the multipurpose room from 2 to 4. It's $10. They're going to have entertainment, bands, and such. Additionally, one of the topics discussed was on the safety in Morgan Hill. As Armando Benavides had mentioned when he spoke, they are involved in so many changes for the betterment of the city, most recently being instrumental in having a turn signal added on the intersection of Butterfield Boulevard and Central Avenue, and I live in that community right next to El Toro. Many families and students walk across that intersection to get to El Toro School. Many times cars have sped through the lights, narrowly missing pedestrians crossing. With the new turning light that they have just recently added, it really helps the speeding and accidents, which I have actually seen the result of. So I appreciate them trying to keep the street traffic near our schools safe for the students and the families. So thank you to the CAP and the safety group. And our next meeting is scheduled for tomorrow, which I will attend. And on last Friday, I attended the sweet little holiday winter dance at Los Paseos School. Very festive, and the kids and parents seemed to have a wonderful time. Martin Murphy had their winter ball the same night. It was really nice to see all these students dressed up in formal wear. I mean, some of the boys had suits on, and the girls had long dresses. It was a really extra. We're given dinner prior to the dance. I understand that it was very well organized and all the students had a really great time. So I appreciate the schools doing this for the students. They really look forward to it. And they do put the rules. If you don't attend school that day, you don't go to the dance. If you're in trouble, you don't go to the dance. So it gives them an incentive to behave and do what they're supposed to do and attend these dances and have a good time with their peers. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Trustee Altman, please.
Thank you. I attended the South County Youth Task Force meeting on November 19th, and one of the big topics was e-bike issues. And this is something that I think maybe we should start looking into if students are riding e-bikes onto campus. We were shown some pretty gross pictures of people after e-bike crashes, and the bikes can be altered and they can go incredibly fast, and students, people who just wear a bike helmet when they're basically riding a motorcycle going 60 to 70 miles an hour, crazy. And getting to a point where pedestrians are also being killed by being run into by e-bikes. And I think this is for family education, if they think they're just getting their child a bike and then something tragic can come out of it. So that was one of the big concerns that we discussed. The South County Youth Task Force is working on organization, how they're going to be moving forward. And so that was, Dr. Garcia was almost there, quite a bit of our time where we broke out the Gilroy Unified and Morgan Hill Unified, talking about issues relevant for education. And so that's that one. The city district meeting was canceled. That was supposed to be last Friday. And for the NEST, which is Navigating the Educational System Together, which used to be the SEAC's Special Education Advisory Committee, but it has a relatively new name. The Special Education Local Planning Agency, they oversee this, most of the county, is hosting author Mark Perchin at Live Oak High School on January 29th. And he wrote a book called Building Positive Parent and School Partnerships, which teaches advocacy skills for parents, how to advocate for their students, navigate the system, also Shades of Nest. This is open to all families, whether or not students have IEPs or 504s. At the meeting 2 weeks ago, discussion was held regarding how NEST can partner with home and school clubs to make more inclusive school-wide events for its students. And they're also working on Padlet resources to create a library for families to help with issues at home related to their students' disabilities, inclusion advocacy, and understanding the IEP process. And this is huge. Special ed is kind of my passion. And it is so easy for us to get lost in our acronyms and forget that there's live people who don't have our background knowledge. It's terrifying for parents walking into an IEP. And so trying to support parents so that they can be active partners in their students' education is just essential. One other thing that happened to me that I'm going to bring up now is I had just received a notice that I'm not receiving the stipend of $240 for November, which it's a board decision. According to board policy 9250, the board actually decides this, I don't know how it happened. And in all honesty, for me, the money isn't a big deal. For me, I would call it a hardship. And I'll tell you, my dog had an operation that morning. My husband is a first responder. He was off in the field. I picked my dog up from the hospital at 5:30. I couldn't leave her. So that's not going to get me onto a Zoom meeting. I'm fine with that. I don't even care if I get paid for the money or not, but I don't know what happened to the process here, that it didn't come to the board for approval. So that is part of my report, is that I think in the future we need to bring this up so that the board has input and can decide, is that a hardship? I mean, it's just a dog, but it's my life. But so just going to lay out there, and I'm going to request that we put that on for the next agenda to vote on whether or not it could be, and like I say, it's not necessarily the money, it's the process that changed without warning. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we can put that on the future agenda items list now, so we don't have to just take the time to do it again later. I think it was just an oversight rather than an intention, but we'll have a look at it. Other board reports, please. North.
Personnel Commission meeting on November 19th. Personnel Commission actually has their annual report tonight. Dawn Moody was elected as chair. They talked about the Para to SPED Pipeline Conference, and the task force created in HR to help attract and retain paras. They're continuing to update policies and procedures. There was some discussion about changing their annual report to August, since it's finished in August, but they don't deliver their report until December. So just kind of like what our preference is. They reviewed the new lead driver / instructor position description. It used to be up to the supervisor and contractors, which we don't have at this time. It makes training in-house. And we also reviewed, they reviewed a new speech language pathology assistant position description, and both were approved. And then I had the pleasure of attending the Live Oak Britain Winter Concert on December 10th. It was amazing. I loved it. The standout of the night was the Britain Intermediate Band performed a song called Mechanical Monsters, which was narrated by Principal Donahue. It was really incredible. It was a really wonderful event. And that morning I was actually at the PA Walsh Winter Recital. It was definitely the best Winter Wonderland that I organized a few, so it was definitely the best yet. So that was really great. Thanks.
Wonderful. Who's next? Vice President Andrade, please.
I'm gonna pull a President Horner and speak for a few minutes. So I was trying to figure out why I'm so exhausted, and the answer is all the events that we've been attending. So as Trustee Altman was talking about the e-bikes, it's a funny way to introduce you to my son, because his face was plastered all over those PowerPoints. Accident in Gilroy on an e-bike. Wear your helmet, kids, please wear your helmet. So the first event I attended was through the Seeds of Giving. As you recall, Poonam, part of the Circle of Giving, they have an 8-week computer Python programming class. So we had 28 students that completed the 8-week programming course, and I was able to attend that and hand out certificates where I met. Now I'm going to formally ask Claudia to put this name in the minutes. Robert Escobar, a student at Britain who introduced himself as a my cup became full. It was just a great event. And the next morning I woke up early. I'm not a morning person, and I delivered the MHUSD report to the Chamber of Commerce at the chamber breakfast, where I reviewed the dashboard data, and there was an audible gasp. Everybody was so supportive and so just excited about the progress that we are making as a district. And I kindly reminded them that proficiency requires resources, and they were just really happy to see that the orange and the gray and the yellow was now a lot of blue and green. And then that evening I attended the Live Oak CTE open house, I think it was. Like my son will say, I am a difficult woman to please in terms of high expectations. I was blown away by the construction management program that y'all have at Live Oak, the studio art program, the 3D printers, and the projects, the digital media classes, the art classes, and then I'm like, wait a minute, this is part of the CCAP agreement with Gavilan College, my employer, and so I was just so impressed by what the student work there and the CTE, CCAP instructors, and also, I guess, fellow colleagues. That's kind of odd how it works out. And then I attended the city budget information night, which was really interesting because, we're all in this situation in terms of budgets and budget shortfalls. I think they're looking at a deficit of $4 or $5 million. And one of the things that I was happy to sit next to Joe Mueller And if you want to know information, and it's just really important when you're making these kinds of decisions to get the historical knowledge of community members and not just these Googleable comments and information, he provided me with such information in terms of city budgets and how that correlates with Morgan Hill Unified School District. And so the biggest takeaway is as we talk about budget, it's just really not that simple. And there is just a lot of nuance in how things are still connected. Then the next day I attended the Britain Science Fair, where I ran into our future CEO, Robert Escobar, once again, who won first place for his science project. He did the magnetic, if anybody knows, the magnetic train. It was on a train. Anyways, I was so impressed. I remembered his face. He remembered me. And then he followed up with an email. And it was just, this kid is going places. I have to say his name one more time. It's just because I think he's awesome. And then this morning I woke up and attended the toys for at Cecilia's Closet, the toy distribution. And that was great. And then graded some finals. And then, and this is another name I'm going to ask you to input into the minutes because I'm so proud. Everyone knows that I come from Central High School, and those are my babies. And for the first time, I attended a college graduation for Robert Viramontes, who graduated from that Los Angeles Film School with the Bachelor of Science in Digital Filmmaking, cum laude. So shout out to you, Bobby. I love you so much. I'm so proud of you. And this is just another reminder that we need more CTE pathways because the future is rough hands and creativity. And that is my board report.
Preach. Anyone else for, yeah. I have a short report, but everybody else finish? Okay. Well, thank you. Great report, and thank you. I won't have the longest one, so that's always a good thing. So like a number of us went to the California School Board Association Annual Education Conference. I came back with a scratchy throat that I'm finally on the better side of, but didn't get to as many of our school events over these last 10 days as I normally would or as I like to. I did manage to get to the Santa's Breakfast at San Martin Gwyn. Amazing, just seeing the kids perform, and that's one of the parents there I spoke with. She said, 30 years ago I was a student here. She said, and when I was a student here, we celebrated our 100-year anniversary. So that's how long, and unfortunately with all the changes over time, I don't know how much we have in the way of records of back then. I know that since this is a 7-person board, at some point in the distant past, individual school districts merged. Otherwise, you can't be. So I know there's a building down there that's still in the maps, the superintendent's house. So I think that may have been its own, little school district. It seemed 100 miles away from Morgan Hill back in the time, but it's a pleasure to be there and part of that. But also then you see on some of the chairs, like so-and-so class of 1929, like some of the chairs they need to be on the wall being recognized, but maybe not used. But that was amazing. And I didn't manage to get to the Live Oak concert, but I did get to the Sobrato winter concert. So I'm glad at least we covered both of them. And it's just such a joy to see our students performing. And other more serious or less fun, more serious things. Remind folks again for the Santa Clara County School Board Association. I don't know if the registration links have gone out yet, but on January 24th, that Saturday morning, if you can participate, there will be a panel of retired superintendents talking about leading through challenging times, all with their own experiences. We invited all retired ones so they can speak freely. It will not be audio or video recorded, which we debated on the committee organizing this. It would be nice to have that for people that couldn't be there. But again, we want everybody in the room to feel they have, as open a space to say with and also for the participants, there'll be opportunities to ask questions and so we're trying to create that. And hopefully this is my last time in a while for the association being moderator. I said, you did a great job with this other thing. Will you please moderate that discussion? So I've been drafted into that. I desperately tried to get somebody else to take it, but no luck so far. So I'll be doing the one on January 24th, but others, please step up for future things. I'm really glad our county association is continuing to lean into up-leveling the education and the learning, because the best way we all can learn is from our peers in other districts, like at the Unhoused Student event. And then one thing I'll just mention from the education conference, because it's applicable to what we're talking about here tonight, Capital Advisors has long done a very excellent kind of report on state budget economics and, what's likely to happen. So one thing they reported that in this year we're in right now, the state has already brought in at least $10 billion more in state revenue than they anticipated. So a year ago, the legislative analysts and others were saying, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. And so that, we'll see what all that ends up meaning, but what we don't know what happens in the future. We do know what has actually happened in the past. So the prior fiscal year, actually, when they closed the books, they had $2 billion more than they expected that year. And then this year, they're running about $10 billion ahead of expectations. But as we know in California, that's heavily weighted towards high-income individuals' taxes, which is very volatile. So, but they said, and they will do a debrief on the governor's budget in January. Both they and a lot of organizations will have that. But their best guess was, even though this year the legislative analyst's office, last year they said tariffs were going to tank revenue. This year, that some other reason they're very concerned, and eventually they'll be right. Eventually something will go terribly wrong, and the state's revenue will have a real dip. But so far, fortunately, they've been wrong. But they would rather be wrong on the downside. The problem is the impact when you cut mental health counsel. When you cut things in response to their fears, great, you preserve cash, but what are you taking away from our families and kids? So more to come on that, but it'd be interesting to see how that all works out. Also on the legislative action side, continues to be a lot of conversations at the state level, whether they're going to go anywhere or not, on, again, addressing what we heard from our union representatives here, that the way our schools are funded, one thing, there's no regional cost of living allowance. So the amount, we get per students, maybe the same as Bakersfield or, just that makes no sense. That makes no sense. But there's nothing in how the funds are allocated. They do it equal, but equal definitely isn't fair in this case. And so that's, how might that be addressed question? And the perennial question of, even within a region, some districts having nearly double the revenue per student available of others, which then creates this, like, why do teachers have to move to get more pay? It's not because we don't care up here. It's because of the pot we have to work with. So that's, invite everybody to continue that effort, pushing on the people that make those decisions. Then the Santa Clara County and San Jose City, they have a joint children and families program. They've invested a few $1 million together. I went to one of their meetings to listen to Grand Vision. They've put $2 million in so far. That's barely a drop in the bucket. But in public comment, I used my 90 seconds on behalf of our district to say, don't forget about schools. When you want to talk about children and families, think about, can we meet those needs at schools first, rather than we do it all over here and then a little bit for the schools. Fortunately, on that committee from the city of San Jose happens to be Councilmember Campos, and her district includes Martin Murphy and Los Paseos. So I also, in my comments, said, Morgan Hill Unified, you may hear that. I want to make sure you all know 2 of our schools are in San Jose. So afterwards, her staffers approached me and said, she'd like to visit. She'd like to know. So that's good, right? We need that attention. And Supervisor Arenas is also on that committee. She is, of course, our supervisor. So we'll see, but just continuing to advocate for our students and families at every opportunity is key to our work. And then I will close by saying I'm not going to name names because it was so vulnerable, but, Dr. Garcia and I, as part of the board tours, visiting a school, and again, I don't want to name any names, but we were in a classroom recently where students were giving their speeches, and the honesty and vulnerability and the well-crafted way they gave their speeches about their lives and whatnot was truly moving, and I can't remember anything as moving when I was a student and real testament to the teacher there to create that environment. So again, this was very sensitive. I don't want to name names, not because anybody. I just want to kind of protect the space that was created in that classroom. But y'all know who you are, and so again, thank you. That concludes my report. Anything else? All right, it's 8:01.
proposal for leadership course 1 and 2 by our
others, applying standards in the real world to be successful in marketing, sales, and services career pathway. The CTE is an educational strategy and means of workforce development. I'd like to prepare our students to be highly skilled and successful workers in the real world and to feel comfortable and to feel like they belong. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. There might be a question. It's okay. You seem a very capable public speaker. We have great confidence.
I'm sorry, I'm just really tired. Last day of finals.
Yeah. We'll vote on the items separately, but thank you for presenting them together. I just want to, before we we'll have some questions here. I just want an observation and a compliment. Thank you for this. You know, I think of Mark Perna. He presented, I think, 2 years ago at the California School Board Association conference about helping young people find what's going to work for them in life.
Absolutely.
And one of his messages, particularly to young people, and it applies to adults as well, is whatever your field is, what's going to be your competitive advantage? Because whatever you're doing, you need to be able to compete. And for many paying roles, getting comfortable, or not even comfortable, getting capable of speaking in public, of speaking to a room, of speaking to your peers, speaking to a board, of pitching to your boss. And that's mostly a matter of practice.
It is.
It's mostly a matter, it's
Absolutely.
not like you're born with it or not. I mean, my dad was a preacher, so I grew up being taught, how to get comfortable in front of a room because I watched him from when I was a little kid.
Right.
But not everybody has that particular experience. So, thank you for recognizing that and bringing it forward. So you can tell what my vote is. But I'll offer to my colleagues any question or comment. I think Trustee Gardner.
Thank you for doing this for the school and the kids. But I have a question. So if we wanted to take a look at, do you have like a curricula?
I actually do. Yeah.
I would love to see that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have curriculums for both years.
Okay.
And I can definitely give those to you.
Okay, that'd be great. Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Other questions or comments? Trustee Marquez, please.
Just a comment. I appreciate what you're doing with these students because I think public speaking it's scary. Even for adults, it could be very intimidating and very scary. So I think it's...
Even for teachers.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
I agree.
I think it's a good thing for our students to get comfortable public speaking. It's not going to be the first time they're going to do it. It's going to be throughout the rest of their lives. So it's good practice and to learn. So thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Others?
So I wanted to thank you for your presentation. I'm a proud graduate of Hollister High School ASB Leadership Program. And their leadership program is like on steroids. And so it's part of the California Association of Student Councils. And I'm so excited that we are now offering 2 courses now because I really feel that this course can impact students' lives in so many different ways. If you look at the top 10 job skills, 8 of them are communication related.
Absolutely.
And collaboration related.
Absolutely.
And to address your nerves, communication apprehension is a real thing, is the #1 fear of people. And it's totally normal. I feel like as educators, we are used to speaking to students and no problem, but with adults, it's like, yeah.
Absolutely.
So I just want to thank you.
You guys as all kids.
Yes.
Feel a lot better.
I'll slump right now.
There
I'll
you
put
go.
my hoodie on so that way.
Thank you.
I just want to thank you for your presentation again, and I'll leave you with this. It's something that I teach in my small group communication courses. Leadership is the communication that positively influences the group to move in the direction of the group goals. And I'm so excited that Live Oak students are going to have this opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, student board member, please. Ms. Lattin.
I mean, because this is a CT course that will be implemented, hopefully. I want to talk about it from a student perspective. As I am applying to colleges, my biggest concern and something I advocate for a lot is finding a voice. Even I am speaking right now and I'm still nervous. I had to teach myself how to get over those fears of speaking publicly, and it's still a struggle I have, but I really advocate for being able to speak out and use your voice. And if Sobrato had this course, I would definitely take it. I feel like this is a great way to encourage kids to make those foundational skills that will help apply to the future, just as CT courses are meant to prepare kids for career-focused opportunities. I think that public speaking will be really important. So thank you.
Thank you.
Beautifully said. Thank you. Seeing no other hands, do we have a motion on item K1 to approve? Thank you, Trustee Munson. Do we have a second? Sorry, who got in there first? Okay, Trustee Marquez, quickest on the draw. Student Board Member Lattin. Aye. Okay. All other board members, please say aye if you agree. Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? Seeing none, that passes unanimously. So we've already had the presentations, so we'll go through the same drill for item K2. Approval of
Thank
leadership.
you so much. Have a great evening.
We're not done. I'm just pulling your leg. I'm sorry. Please, I'm sorry. My apologies. Please go home and get some rest. The rest is a formality.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Do we have a motion for K2? It's
Second.
Trustee Munson. Who got that? Trustee Altman got the second in there quickly. Student Board Member Lattin. All others, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? Seeing none, passes unanimously. Please go home and get some rest.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Happy holidays. Thank you.
Beautifully done, beautifully done. Great work every day, all day, and it feels like all day, right? Yeah, what was today, a 14-hour day? All right, item K3, the Guitar Fundamentals Course Proposal.
Thank you so much, Veronica. So we are very, very glad to have Dr. Russell Simmer as part of our Live Oak staff. We had stated earlier, alumni, Emerald Regime experience. And in the semester he's been with us, it is just amazing what he has been doing. Overall, just the environment and the excitement of the students, and we're very excited to see where it goes. And for that purpose is where he is looking to kind of expand the opportunities for students to have another option of a course, right? A student that may not be so interested in traditional like marching type instrument or like or for an orchestra. And so he is going to propose a Guitar Fundamentals course. This is a course that is very common in other districts and school sites. I know I've been part of like WASC visiting committees, and I've seen it in several of the sites that I've been to. So we're trying to just give kids something else, right? They may have musical interests. And so this is another way to include kids in this aspect. So, Dr. Simmer, it is your turn.
Stay on there for now. All right, so sure said everything that I was going to say, but
Motion to approve.
Five more pages to go through. No, first of all, thanks for having me here, having me present this to you all this evening. For those who don't know, once again, my name is Russell Zimmer. This is my 9th year in the school district and my first year at Live Oak, which has been great so far. And so I'm always looking at kind of expanding things, at least from my end and my subject. And currently, I have one class at Live Oak. There's only one music class, and so it's my goal to over time to fix that. So part of the why of like why I'm here and why I'm sort of doing this is because part of it takes me back to the memories back when I was at Live Oak in the 90s. And things are, of course, different back then, but I very vividly recall, because I was in a ska band for like 5 years. If you don't know what a ska band is, basically a punk rock band. You know, the 90s, it was all, garage bands, punk rock bands, and everything. Live Oak had like a battle of the bands in the gym, and there was probably like 15 student bands there, and they had 2 stages set up. So it was like one band plays, once they're done, next band starts, next band sets up. And it was a fantastic experience. And so, where'd the bands go? And so just, like music and, one thing that I've learned, of course, as a teacher is like, the students really recall like the moments during their schooling, right? And so, that was one thing for me that was just, just sort of there forever. So I feel like the music program can really kind of, somewhat shape the whole entire school community. Part of this is before working here is I was fortunate to be like a substitute teacher for like a year from Gary to Mountain View, and then in prior years in some school districts in Los Angeles. So I've seen a lot of different formats of schools, and like she said, Gary has had a guitar class for over 10 years. San Jose has a bunch, and they have large numbers because students are just interested. Another reason why I'm here too is I have this new thing called Tutorial, which is awesome, where several students have known me from the past, so they're just sort of showing up, and all of a sudden there's like 60 kids, and I'm like, hey, I should probably limit that. But they bring some of their friends, and then like some of these kids are just like showing up with like guitars in my room, and I'm like, who are you? And they're playing like Spanish music and all sorts of stuff, and I was like, wait a minute, like, there's like a need for this stuff, right? And so with my one single band class right now, it's like a kind of like a combination, because all the numbers are low for now, is I kind of have a couple different classes in one class. So I actually have about 5 or 6 guitar students in that class. And of course, one last thing on this is that my training back at JAM, which is fantastic, was I was thinking of different options given the structure of the schedule. And so I viewed the class that I had more than just like a standard band, but sort of like a mixed ensemble, right? Because you can't really teach guitar next to trumpet, right? Because one is, one sounds nice, one's just like super loud. No, and so, but no, it's just, you have to start plugging things in and everything just gets super loud. And then we're like, all right, so we got 12 amps over there, cool. But it's helped me a lot to just see like students really get motivated into, when they have, say, like more choice of what they can choose to play, especially too. So let's see here. And one thing that I've always thought was like, I'm not sure if this is the right thing to say, but I feel like, band might not be for everybody, but I know music can be, right? So it's like, like not everybody is into like the band thing. It's like, those are the band kids, right? But it really shows me with my current students, like, is in my classroom, like the guitar kids are fantastic, right? But they're a little bit, separated from the other group, and they're not, for now, super into the like, oh yeah, let's go and perform and go tour and everything. They're like, I want to just sort of do my thing and learn. And so that will sort of preface the quick presentation now. So yeah. So what I want to ultimately do is to provide a music education that's just beyond band, right? I mean, there is more than just, I mean, band's great, but there's, of course, choir is already there. But having a guitar class, of course, a theory class. So my thoughts were kind of structuring this class as like a guitar fundamentals course, which would include various aspects of music theory, fundamentals, and as you can see up there on the second one there, sort of getting more into more depth about the history of the instrument. So that way, it's a more well-rounded view of where does this instrument come from and how is it used in different cultures from around the world. And of course, different notational systems, which would be just regular music reading and also tablature. Yeah. Next slide, please. So the purpose, I sort of already went through that. But yeah, the great thing is it could be a no prerequisite course. So it's just like, if someone just wants to learn a little bit about music, that's one like very safe route to choose. Yeah, once again, our surrounding school districts already offer this class. And having subbed in a lot of different schools, seeing all the different types of programs, these are like, you can attract different groups of students into the subject. So next slide, please. Yep. Oh yeah. So something that I thought of. So we have there's a few method books that could easily be used for this class, and something that I thought about too, which would be fun, is creating projects for students where like we're in this guitar class that we can explore bass guitar too, and maybe create small ensembles within the class and like focus on certain styles of music that incorporate those instruments, right? You have like a blues group, like a mariachi group, classical group, right? And sort of just just having a well-rounded experience. I mean, of course, we want to learn Nirvana and, but just sort of getting the whole entire thing. So, and then students want to play, soloistically and also in small groups as well too. Next slide. We love our standards. So these are just just a few that I selected, just that can really pinpoint some of the stuff that we would be focusing on in here. Creating. Students, because music for some reason I'm like to kind of change this. Like, I think it's in some eyes it seems as something that's it's not like a thing that's like. There's a lot of money to be made in the music industry, right? I mean, especially when you think like singer-songwriters. I mean, if we don't like, we can help to foster some of that. So, next slide. Course outline. Let me tell you about some theory. No, yeah. So just some important things to hit there. And having presentations, performances. Maybe not the same as like a band class, right? Because it would be sort of different. But they could, of course, play on the same performances, so we have a more filled-in music event. And then, of course, some examples of guitars in world cultures. Next slide. These next two slides just have some fantastic pictures on there for you to look at. Just looking at different guitars throughout history and in different parts of the world. It's not all of them, but this is some things that we can touch on. And the last slide, we're going to learn this. So we're going to learn this right now. No. This is The top is,
No stairway to heaven.
There it is. You all get a copy of this afterwards. The top is a standard music notation, which I would expect them to learn, right? Because, first of all, like, lots of guitar players are like, oh yeah, that stuff I can skip and just leave the tabs and this. But I think it's important because then it makes it more legitimate. And pretty much all my students at JAM who were playing the guitar came out like reading notes, right? I sort of forced them to learn things in like a not very conventional way. So where like if you were just playing guitar, you basically learn it like different keys first. I was like, you're going to learn the band keys because it's easier for me to. We can all read the same thing, and they learned it. They can actually now at Live Oak and Serato like just read parts like this. And then on the bottom, of course, is tablature, which it's basically shows you the strings on the guitar and then the frets. So, but the problem with that is, it doesn't show you the rhythms and everything. But if you already know the song, you can say, okay, it's right there. Then sort of go from there. So that's my presentation. Questions?
Yeah, when is the Battle of the Bands in the spring?
Yes. Bring back the bands.
Sounds pretty
I'll be
cool.
happy to bring that back again.
Sounds pretty cool. Questions or comments? Trustee Marquez, please.
So for the work cultures prohibition.
Is that on?
Did you get input from the students on what they want to learn, or did you just come up with that type of music, for the African origin, European development, so forth? Was that something that you came up with, or did you collaborate with the students that you already have of what their interests are?
Maybe a combination of both. I mean, just in like a music class, that's just stuff that I just already sort of discussed anyways. And I can find music from different parts of the world, and so just making everybody fully knowledgeable about the whole spectrum of the instrument, especially if it's like a year-long course. I mean, I feel like that could be in there to just because I know that there's a bunch of cultural requirements as students go into college, and then so that they can just know more about everything. And so, but then, yeah, like I said, in tutorials, some of these kids would just start showing up. There's like 5 or 10 kids who I'm like, who are these kids? And and they sound great. I'm just like, and they're playing and singing songs in Spanish, which I don't know what they're saying, but it showed you there is like a need for that that could be sort of given to them. So
yeah, great, thank you.
Validation, right? Like it's a good way for students of different backgrounds to see like the importance of music, right? Every culture has it, but like to be able to share what it sounds like, what its music, especially with the guitar, sound like in their culture. I think that's an excellent component for that purpose.
That's great.
Wonderful. We'll go to Student Board Member Latin, then Altman, then Gardner. We'll just work our way down.
Okay. Hi. I feel like this is talked about a lot, but I am a member of the Serato Marching Band. I've been a part of the jazz ensemble. Pretty much anything that has to do with band, I'm there. This is something that has been interesting to me for a while. I help out with course for band every single year since I joined Serato, and every year I have an influx of students who come up to me and they're like, "Hey, like I want to get interested in band, but all I know is guitar." And for some people, it's hard to transition from an instrument like guitar to other instruments. And so having just like a course that helps bring these students into something they love, I think is so impactful. And keep up everything you do, Dr. Zimmer. Like I have so many friends at Serato who came here this year from Jackson, like Emily and Abby and everyone. They're like, they just talk about you all the time and all the amazing stuff they do. I'm really glad when I saw this on the agenda. I was like, oh my God, this is finally happening. So thank you for putting this into reality. And I will be excited for the Battle of the Bands. I'll come back as an alumni for that.
An alumni, current student, maybe old timer battle, a three-way battle. That'd be fun. Please, Trustee Altman.
John Brimus taught guitar at Britain a long time ago, and it was so crazy popular. But I hope you're planning on adding a marching dimension to this class.
Marching guitars?
Marching guitars. Wouldn't that be awesome?
That being said, some of my previous students from JAM, they were marching in the holiday parade.
Yeah.
Right? With acoustic guitars. And so afterwards I was like, next time, get like the battery pack amp to be heard. So But that could be a thing.
Very good. Trustee Gardner, are you finished? Yeah, Trustee Gardner next when you're done.
Okay, so I am super excited about this because I played guitar and I learned how to play in high school and then took a classical course in college. And so I'm super excited to hear that we're adding this. And will it be, so the notes, so I wish I still knew how to read music. I let that go. So you're going to have, they'll be able to, you're going to teach them to read the notes, and then the tabular stuff is just kind of icing on the cake, if you will. It's not like, yeah, because then they can transition to the band stuff easier with their learning. This is super exciting. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Dr. Garcia.
Dr. Zimmer, great presentation. The students that you referenced that came to you playing the guitar, those are students from San Martin, correct?
This was a live out during the tutorial.
But they were, they matriculated to Live Oak High School this year, but they were at San Martin and they actually organically created that club. And so I'm so glad that you were able to lift that and honor that. Secondly, I want to give you a challenge. You said earlier that you are a believer in expanding programs and expanding opportunities. What's next? You don't have to answer now, but.
He has many ideas, like seriously.
Let's do it. Let's do it, Dr. Zimmer. Thank you.
He didn't go get that PhD and all those field experiences substituting for nothing. And thank you very much for bringing that here for our kids. I mean, you're an invaluable resource. So do we have a motion on this item? Thank you, Trustee Munson. Do we have a second? Oh, I think Trustee Gardner got you by a whisker, but Student Board Member Latin? Okay, others? Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? Yeah, no one's silly enough to do that. Okay, thank you very much. That concludes this item. Thank you for your work.
Thank you so much.
All right, our next item is the 2024-25 Personnel Commission Annual Report. I think as Trustee Northrup Gaddis had said, not sure why we get this in December when it's done in August. I don't know either. Maybe I don't know that that's a matter of policy or law. I think it's just probably one of those practices that's been around for 20 years. So we can have another look at that. But thank you for being here.
All right. Good evening, trustees. I would like to introduce you to Mr. Kevin File. He is the chair of the Personnel Commission, and he has graciously offered to come tonight and present the report to you. And here he is.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Superintendent Garcia, President Horner, and trustees. I really want to thank you for your community service. Very admirable. The Personnel Commission oversees the hiring and promotion of classified employees based on a merit system, and it's independent of the Board of Education. And the merit system was intended to provide fairness for classified employees and created to ensure that a district hires and promotes qualified classified employees through consistent and lawful testing and fair and impartial hiring practices. And it's really built around a set of rules that derives from the educational code. And we maintain it, and as Trustee Gaddis highlighted, we're revising that. It was pretty outdated. There were lots of pronoun issues. There were lots of old code. And we're spending every session going through that and working through it. In the report, there's just some like a high-level explanation of what our duties and the basic principles of the system, and some high-level numbers of how many employees are covered, 366, how many people we brought in during the year, how many left. And we just focus on a lot of detailed issues, which you got a good example of some of those in the update. I would just kind of like to cover in the back of the report, this is the commissioners. There's 3 commissioners, one appointed by the board, one appointed by MESIA, and then one that is voted by the 2 other commissioners. And that's the position that I'm in right now. The staff that's on here has been exceptional in supporting us. I would especially like to give praise to Reina Gonzalez, who serves as our personnel director, has a lot of commitment and service before self attitude, and definitely puts a lot of her personal time into getting educated on this. And also, Assistant Superintendent Tavares has been amazing, really professional, very knowledgeable about the merit system, and really helped us turn our group around to be a lot more effective. I think we really had some issues a few years ago, and we're miles better. So I would just like to thank everyone and submit our report for your acceptance for the year, and we would like to do it earlier in the year when it's created in the future. So, any questions?
Very good. Any questions or comments? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, our next item, the 2024-25 dashboard presentation. I think Dr. Jimenez will bring the team together and present this item.
Good evening, trustees. Today we bring for you a quick snapshot and presentation of the 2025 dashboard. And this is data that was solidified and gathered and from us by the state of California that represents the data from spring 2025. So if you can imagine, we're 6 months in, right? So it's a good check. It's always a little bit late because they do have to do some aggregate information. So quick basic rundown. Everybody likes that to understand. I was going to say kind of like a little bit of the roadmap. The areas that are reflected on the dashboard are academics, English language arts, mathematics. You also see graduation rates, college and career readiness, English learner progress, suspension rate, and chronic absenteeism. What you'll also see on the dashboard this year, which is for informational purposes only, meaning it's baseline data, which is the science test that students take in 5th grade and 8th grade and 11th grade. So this will be changing a little bit next year, depending on how the dashboard is calculated. And that is our growth, either it was called status and change of where we were in 23-24 compared to where we landed in 24-25. And as we're halfway in, we're working our way to making sure that we continue to see growth in all of these areas. The bottom part of that slide shows you the dials if you haven't seen them. So red is the lowest performance, with being blue and green the highest performance. Next slide, please. This is our current dashboard. And so we're very proud of the work. I think you've heard quite a bit about that tonight, everything from Sobrato High School, right, to our superintendent's report the last time we were at a board meeting about the work that's been done to make progress in all of these areas. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Julie.
All right, good evening. On this slide, you can see a comparison. At the bottom there is the 2019 dashboard. That dashboard is considered an anchor because it's before COVID, and so many districts have been working towards meeting or exceeding their pre-COVID 2019 dashboard. Above that, you can see the 2024 dashboard, which was last year's, and at the top is the 2025 dashboard. And as Dr. Jimenez mentioned, our goal is to move towards yellow, green, and blue. And if you compare the 2019 dashboard pre-COVID to our 2025 dashboard, we are making some very good gains.
So we've heard this term previously, and certainly tonight, is collective efficacy. And so what you see before you tonight is the representation of collective efficacy when you look at our comprehensive high schools. You see it's a sea of blue and green, which means that as Dr. Jimenez said, our schools are maintaining and improving, right? So when we look at our graduation rate, like Dr. Garcia mentioned, right, at Sobrato was 98.1%. Overall, we were above 95% as a school district with the class of 2025. We look at chronic absenteeism, right? We're making progress. Our students are starting to re-engage in school. And a lot of it is due to what's happening in the classroom, right? All these initiatives that we have really leaned into the last 5 years, we're starting, right, the ship is starting to turn, and these are the results that are coming because of that. And so, just in terms of this perception out there in the community of one high school over another, and then I would point them to this. and say there are great programs and great outcomes at either of the two comprehensive high schools. So, next slide, please. And so when you're looking at the dashboard, you will find a number of things. The first, it's a snapshot, it's a video. There's no audio, but what you'll find when you look at our district, you'll see these areas, right? Chronic absenteeism, graduation rate, suspension rate, math, ELA, etc. And so the way you navigate the dashboard, for those that haven't yet, you go through and you pick an area. For example, we're looking at English learner progress. You'll look at where they land on the dial. In this case, they're green. And you'll see the student groups that are highlighted at the bottom. In this case, it's calling out one student group. Those are our English learners that are in the green category. If you were to click that, it would take you specifically to that area in the dashboard where you can take a deeper dive into that really specific data in terms of their progress. So you'll see our English learners, and then you'll also see those that are considered long-term English learners, meaning they have been categorized as students learning English for 6 or more years. If you were to scroll down a little bit further, you would see their performance on the LPAC, which is given, it starts in February and it goes through May. And what you'll see there are the the categories of basically the progress on the LCAP. One interesting note is we're really proud of the work that we're engaging in for our English learners, and you'll see that the number of students that increased 1 level or more this last year was the highest it's been over the last 5 or 6 years. And so you'll see that on the graphs in that big purple part. That's just a really brief snapshot of how you were to read the dashboard if you were to want to dive deeply into each one of those categories. And with that, I will hand it off to my colleague.
All right, as Crystal mentioned, on the dashboard, you will see the various dials. And then as Dr. Jimenez mentioned, the color is indicated by status and change. So on each of these dials, the first, the number in the bar where it says like points below standard or making progress, that is our current status. And then underneath that, you can see the change. And as you can see in each of the areas, we have increased in all 4 of these academic indicators, and we are continuing to make progress towards our goals.
One of the next categories is under academic engagement, and they put chronic absenteeism, graduation rate together because you have to show up to graduate. And so engaging in our students so that they are excited about being at school and engaged in their curriculum is under this space. But you can see that although we remain in the yellow, we are declining. So that 2.1% is still a declining in our chronic absenteeism rate. And so we are making that movement. But again, under the below, you can see the different areas of where we're seeing the student groups and where we need to put our efforts and our work into those different spaces. And then in our graduation rate, like we continue to say, we're increasing. That 3.5% is something to be excited about. Next slide. And then with suspension rate, this is under our conditions for climate and culture. Our greens are suspension rates around how do we create cultures where students want to come to school. And so we hear that a lot, like how do we get students to be excited and be wanting to come to school, and it's safe, inclusive environments and building relationships with adults that they feel that they are see themselves in it, that they are excited to come and learn from. Students don't like learning from teachers they don't like, so how do we create teachers that they like? In addition, we have the basic teachers materials. So this is our Williams Act. So do our students have all the things they need to be successful? Another one we get measured on is our Parent and Family Engagement Center. So our FACE Center is really important as part of these measures. We do get measured on how are we engaging our parents and our families, so our parent universities, the different activities we have at the FACE Center, engaging in our ELAC, DLAC, things like that, and then our local climate surveys, whether it be through checks or be through different means of gathering student information and student voice. So that's a really important way we measure, and so all of those take part in building our climate and culture rating. So thank you.
All right, so just a little bit, if you go to the next slide, thank you. It's a little bit about the intentionality of our work, as we've been discussing, throughout the whole year about that collective efficacy, right? And that means really thinking about how those programs work in tandem and how to build coherence and alignment, right? So no matter where you are and where you attend at Morgan Hill, your experience will be an excellent one. And I can't help but give a shout out to all our amazing teachers and staff because they make this work, and that those dials that you see and those scores really possible. And then measuring our impact and celebrating that impact. If you go to the next slide. You will see this again because we'll come back to you in February to talk about the LCAP mid-year update. So this is going to sound really familiar about what are those umbrella frameworks that we use in our district to guide those discussions about coherence, right, and alignment. So in our district, that is professional learning teams, that collaboration time that our teachers use to really think about the progress of students and where they need more support. And I won't read you the other ones because we've been adding them and including them in our conversations in relation to climate and culture and student achievement and family and community engagement. But we wanted to highlight them because they are the anchor and the roadmaps, right, for that creating that coherence, God bless you, and that alignment. Salud.
And as mentioned, we are focusing on engaging our students, and some of the ways that we're doing that are through professional development. We're working on P3 Math, which is how do we get our youngest learners having hands-on mathematics and making their own meaning of math so that it continues to be fun for them. Also purposely focusing on language, so constructing meaning and our dual language immersion programs so that students are able to talk about what they're learning about and able to share their ideas and thoughts. Finally, we're really focusing on extension and remediation. So there's a list of different strategies at the bottom there of how we are building opportunities for students across the board.
And lastly, this is something that we've been thinking a lot about because I think an image, right, provides such a context, right, that you can leverage and and help share the message of the way that we're working intentionally to build that coherence and that alignment, and that we share and celebrate our collective impact on students. And so we really want to thank Crystal Alvarez, who really put this together for us. She's the wizard at doing that. We're really grateful about the student successes in the middle, and then the what are some of those frameworks and the things that were responsible climate and culture, right? Some of those foundational frameworks, and then all the things around on the outer circle are the strategies and the tools of the how-to. And so that's one thing that I think we can leverage. And again, this is another design that we created and that we've been sharing with everyone. It is a tiered support, and that we need the academics, we need that family community engagement, and that climate and culture for students to be successful in school. And with that, we'll open it up if you have any questions.
Questions, comments?
Thank you for everything that you do. This is really, I think it's just important to illustrate it, right? When you see the dashboard like this and you see what's working, what's not working, and what are we doing? And it's really clear that our students have a lot of needs now and that we are doing what we can to meet those needs. So thank you.
Trustee Altman? Grabbing the mic there.
Thank you. Good presentation, and I've been a fan of the PLTs, and I'm not surprised that we're getting this growth. I'm curious, going through the process, are things being identified that aren't working?
Yeah.
And
yes.
And I'm just curious how that process works, and if you have any examples.
Sure. I think that process occurs with our, I was going to say, both in the PLT, which is what our teachers are engaged in, and then in the Guiding Coalition, which is the leadership teams at every site that identify the things like which tutorial is working, what areas we need to focus on. That's a good example. I think principals play a really key part in thinking about that collective efficacy. The Guiding Coalitions are all our wonderful teachers, right, who share in that leadership, and it is a distributive leadership and analyzing. I know each of the schools goes through that process of creating their SIPSA, right, which is sort of like their baby LCAP, where they actually identify what are our goals for academics, what are our goals for family and community engagement, and they look at data to see what are the workshops that have been working with our families and what are the ones that weren't as successful as we thought they were going to be. So they are making changes throughout the school year, and those changes will continue until they finish developing their SIPSA. But I know principals and Guiding Coalitions and our wonderful staff are doing those changes on a regular basis. Yeah.
Yeah, please, Trustee Gardner.
Thank you, Diana. What I'm wondering, again, I don't have an education background, so I know that in the past, we've talked a lot about at or below, you're at the grade level, or you're below grade level, or you're two below, or you're above. How does this, or can this, how to look at this, how do we reconcile this dashboard with that? What kind of reporting is that? Forgive me, I don't remember. And when does that come out? And how do we reconcile the two side by side?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the dashboard is for the entire district. Then you can go to individual schools. Parents receive a copy of their children's English language arts, science, if they take it in 5th and 8th or 11th grade, and their mathematics score. Remember, those academic scores are only for 3rd through 8th grade, and then once in high school. So for for us, that's high stakes at high school because it's only 11th grade. So parents receive those reports. The assessment is in the spring. Parents receive those reports early on in the school year in August. We have to wait as a school district until December to get the aggregate, but we're not waiting until the dashboard. So we're looking at that data pretty early on and seeing what those students scored, so that's one of the process. I do think that the other, and maybe that's what you're referring to, which my colleague whispered in my ears, is maybe you're thinking about the iReady. And some of the other diagnostics. So some of the diagnostics that we have are aligned to give us a runway of where the students are as far as proficiency.
Yeah, I wouldn't know if it was iReady or not. I just know that it's at or, met or above or below.
Mm-hmm. So we use a couple of data points. I
don't think it's just iReady, is it?
Yeah. Go on.
So the other part of this is are the CAPS scores that are released in typically November, which is right around the time the dashboard is released. And so what you'll see is the growth that you see in the district is the growth that we've seen over the last number of years, right? 3 to 4% every year will start to move the needle. And so that's how those statewide scores are directly connected to the dashboard. That's where you'll see those. The iReady help us sort of diagnose where our students are and then help us move the needle, whereas the SBAC really, which are the ones that are taken by those in 3rd through 8th and 11th grade, are the scores that are directly connected in part with ELA and math and science to the California dashboard.
Yeah, I think so. Yes, thank you. And then I'm wondering one other quick question. With the metrics to classify the data that's, taken in and derived, are there guiding principles that are set by like ASB or not ASB, excuse me, I'm tired too, not for the reasons you guys are tired, but where do those metrics change? And if so, who decides what those are? And then what's the filtering process? And does that stay consistent, or does that change as per different leadership in public education? Or just trying to get a handle on how is the data defined? Like who's making those decisions?
So typically those are defined, there are cut points in the assessment, and those are set by the California Department of Education. And so the goal is always to hit the cut points, get as close as possible and exceed the standard deviation by grade level, right? Because the state sets, based on student scores, what a 3rd grader should be at 4th, right? And so whether those shift or not, they do. Do you want to talk about that piece?
Yeah, maybe you could give us just a tiny bit of back history on that.
Sure. So the California Department of Education has a couple of groups that look at the Instructional Quality Commission is one of those groups. The other one is called the State Workers Group, which sounds like a different group, but they're looking at the assessments. And so what they look at is all the statistical data for the students who took the assessment across the state. Mm-hmm. And then they look at proficiency levels, and then they set those cut points. So then the next round, like when our students will take this test again in the spring, they will be using those cut points to determine what does proficiency look like and where we should be advancing.
What would be really interesting to me is get a historical perspective going back even like 2 decades to see how things have changed and why they've changed. But thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else down here? First, thank you. Sorry, my throat is still scratchy. Great work and great report. I was looking back, I was first served on this board in December of 2018. First graduation I went to was a 2019, kind of that reference year. But, I've heard some, not many, but some people in the community, like, everything used to be great, now it's all terrible. And the data just doesn't support that kind of a characterization. And so thank you for presenting that. So the hows and whys and, what causes what is very complex and difficult to unravel. I know you all are professionals at this, and you still probably pull a hair or two out trying to figure out exactly which initiative causes what to happen or not to happen. That it's as much art as science, I think. But I just appreciate all the staff, all the teachers, all the students, all the families that are putting in so much work, because I do know that things don't get better by, I think it's Patrick Bookser always says, things don't get better by accident. Exactly. It takes intention and effort, and so just really appreciate all the many dimensions that have gone into that. And also share that in the kind of advocacy to the state level, one of the big conversations happening now, coming out of the School Board Association and others, is state, you keep refining how people should judge their local schools, right? The dashboard is the state's attempt to let everybody, in the community decide, is that a good school or a bad school? Well, they still don't norm it based on the resources provided the school or the socioeconomic or the educational level of the parents. None of that is built in. So to the first order, it kind of measures the students, but even with that we're showing dramatic improvements, and those factors have not gotten wildly better here. So it's pretty extraordinary. And I think of early on in my first 2 years here, hearing some previous staff members give data presentations. Often that was about, well, yeah, it looks bad, but here's why the way the state measures it really isn't fair. I sat through a couple evenings of that, and you're not, and that was true. What was being said was accurate and true, because they highlighted these other factors. But I really appreciate that people, as you've given all that, are still getting to work and making a difference. And then the other thing now, the big push back on the state is, where's the how are you doing your part of the job dashboard? Like CDE, you're not California Department of Education, sorry. We can point to a lot of places where you're not providing the support, the information, you're meeting. So this is going to be interesting to see how that plays out. But that's kind of statewide. People are and there's also a big effort. I was like, so many reports, so much administrative time you are causing us to.
All my colleagues are like,
yeah. And when there's opportunities to weigh in on that, we'll do that. But in fact, the legislature a year and a half ago passed a law saying, California Department of Education, you need to give us a report on exactly what we're demanding of people and how you use it. And they literally said, we don't have the time for that. To which all the educator administrators went. So it's been interesting seeing how that's all playing out. But know that there are certainly, while you all are doing the work here locally, just it's like I can't do the noise. I got kids to look after. There are people trying to make your life more manageable. Even if we can, there's an LCAP, a SIPSA. The LCAP was supposed to be a 10-page document, and now it's 180 because every legislative cycle somebody goes, I really want them to measure this. Anyhow, I'll stop. But thank you very much. Anybody else? I have a lot of feelings about that. All right, that concludes this item. Yes. No, you're good. Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to overview of grant projects and updates with Director Swift.
Hi, everyone. Me again. So one of the things that a couple of our grants are requiring us to do is to present on what they are about and a little quick update on where we are with them and the things we've done with those grants. And so in order to do that, it was a bit awkward to include some of them and not all of them. So we're just going to review all of the ones that are in student services. So if you could go to the first slide, please, that would be great.
We're getting there.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm here.
And this is also responsive to overtime. Many of the trustees have said, I keep hearing about grants. What are they for? How do you
great.
use them and all that?
See, I read your mind.
So you're not only doing a compliance thing, but you're being responsive to some of those requests.
I'm not the only one that applies for grants, though, so I have to give a shout out to a lot of my colleagues as well. Crystal, Nutrition, Julie, we're all searching all the time, so I'm not the only one. I'm just presenting on the ones that are in student services, so I want to preface that I am clearly not even close to being the only one, so these are just the ones that are in my space. So
thank you.
Just a couple of things I want to highlight. I know we're going over budget later, and so it's kind of like an awkward space, but I want to talk about the grants in specific. Grants are like a gift card. So with grants, you use those first in your gift card before you go into, or you use the gift card before you go into your wallet and spend your money. So we use our grant money first. And just like a gift card, it's very specific. It has to go to a very specific cause, and you can't deviate very easily using grant money. So we have to write to a very specific program, a population, or a need. And some of our grants are for 1 year. Some of them are for 2 to 5 years. We all try to go for the 5-year ones because then we have a longer runway to be able to have funds that are ongoing. But some grants are, for example, we have one that's for 3 months. It just depends on what is out there, and we go for what we can and hope that we get as much as we can. All of them have very specific reporting requirements. Some of them are very easy, and you simply report your budget, and you submit that. And some of them are life-sucking souls, and they take every minute of your life to report out, and they want every detail of everything you do every minute of your moment. So they all have different reporting requirements. And currently right now, student services, we have 8 major grants. How I define major is if they're over $100,000. So anything over $100,000 is major, anything under, I'm not going to talk about today. So we have 8 major and a couple of minor ones. Next slide, please. These are the 8 that we're going to talk about today. I'm not going to read them to you because I'm going to read them to you in a second, one by one. So these are the 8 major grants that we oversee in student services. Next slide. So the first one is our community schools grant. This was $2.6 million over factor. You had to be a high-risk school or meet certain demographics. And so the 2 schools that qualified for this grant were San Martin, Gwen, and Walsh. We applied every year for it. Even with schools that didn't meet that threshold, I went for it anyways and put every kind of demographic that we could put in there. Any statistic, attendance, suspensions, anything we could think for, but we continued just to qualify under San Martin, Gwen, and Walsh. The purpose of the community schools grant is to align services to create sort of a whole school model. So we can have a variety of different supports on campus, whether it's health, social wellness, youth development, after school programs. It's really trying to think about that whole child in a community approach. The next one is our school-based wellness center grant. This was $1.2 million over 2 years. This supports all of our sites, but the main focus is our secondary. This pays for a good chunk of our wellness therapists, as well as infrastructure. So there was 2 parts to this grant. It pays for some of our staffing, and then pays for some of our ongoing professional development, and then it also pays for the infrastructure for a lot of our one-time infrastructure for our wellness spaces. Next slide. The California Learning Communities for School Success Program, LCSSP, was $1.2 million. Side note, and I promised I wasn't going to talk a lot, but this one I have applied for every single year that I've been in this district, and I would drive it up to Sacramento because it took me forever, and I would have to drive every year because I did it on the due date. So this one we finally got. Yes. $1.2 million over 2 years. This supports our PBIS and climate and culture efforts. So our climate and culture teams, professional development, our support around the data that comes out of that. So this helps support reducing truancy. So our truancy efforts, our attendance campaigns, things like that. This grant is supporting that. Our Education and Homeless Children and Youth grant, this is $225,000 over 3 years. This is clearly what it states. It helps support our students experiencing homelessness. This, as you guys might know, is our CARE program. So it supports our care specialists as well as our supplies and funding to help support students that are at risk and experiencing homelessness. The California Youth Behavioral Health Grant, or the CYBHI, round 4, is the youth-driven programs. We kindly call these the CBGB grants because they give us the CBGBs. When I say they have intense reporting requirements, anytime you see CYBHI, they take your soul in the nicest way possible because they provide services for our students. But CYBHI is a grant funding. They fund a couple of different things in our district. But this one was, it provides our Freshman on Track program, our Link Crew, or our summer programs for our incoming freshmen, and it also supports our Freshman on Track, our youth programs, and then it also supports some of our PDs or our community partners. I was going to give an acronym, but then I didn't want to. So support some of our community partners. It's a newer grant that came out to help support youth programs in our community. And so how this one's driven is by Youth Voice. So we wrote the grant based on what students were needing and wanting. And so we wanted to continue the Freshman on Track program. This also helps support Girls Inc. So we can thank this grant for that this year. Tobacco use prevention, TUPE, I'm going to age myself a little. Remember DARE? Y'all remember DARE, right? Back in the day, McGruff. This is the new version of DARE. So TUPE use prevention helps support reduction of tobacco-based and controlled substances on our campus. We do have peer-led groups on all of our campuses where students do a lot of different things. They pledge against tobacco, they pledge against drugs, they do the Red Ribbon Week, and they do a lot of work around reducing drugs and alcohol in our campuses. Next slide, please. Prevention Early Intervention and the School Link Services Grant. This is our PEI SLS, formerly known as. So this is a mental health grant through behavioral health. We receive this fairly ongoing. It every year reduces a little bit. So those of you that like to go out and talk to behavioral health, this is a really good one for us to continue to keep. It does provide mental health services to our Title I schools. So our schools that have high levels of low socioeconomic students and students with high and schools that have students with Medi-Cal. So we use this for prevention early intervention, which is like tier 1 activities at that lowest level, and then our SLS, which is tier 3. So they help support that higher needs student, but only at those sites. The next one is our Medi-Cal grant, and I left this one last. This is our first opportunity that the government has given us to build a sustainable funding source. So we are building our Medi-Cal infrastructure right now, and so for the first time, we're going to be able to bill for our general ed students' mental health services. And so we are already providing these services as a district, and now for the first time, the state has allowed us to be able to bill for them at no cost to our families. So there's no copay, there's no deductible, there's no bill, nothing will come to families, but we are able to then bill Medi-Cal and private insurance. I like to call them corporate Medi-Cal and corporate private insurance because it's not a bill to the family, it's a bill to our corporate partners in that space. And so by doing this, it is allowing us to then recoup a good chunk of our mental health budget. On average, what they're saying is that by the end of this in our system, we should be able to recoup about 40%. So that's a huge chunk of our mental health budget if we are able to. So my plug tonight is that we are working with our families to over areas. We are going to be doing data confirmation and asking families to fill in their Medi-Cal or insurance information, or you can deny, but this does help fund our programs at no cost to anybody. So except for Medi-Cal and insurance. So if you could do that, we would greatly appreciate it. It does help sustainability in our wellness program. So that's our last grant that I am presenting to you tonight. So just some highlights of the things that they do provide. Like I said, the Freshman on Track, climate and culture, school-based wellness therapists, our stipends, Link, mental health services, just on and on. Our grants are a way that helps supplement for the areas that we need to continue to provide for services, and it's our honor to continue to apply for them and go for them, and we will continue to do that, but it is extra and above, and so we just implore our our politicians to keep allowing us to have these and keep going for them. But this is how we use a lot of that money to bring extra services to our students. The end. Any questions?
Thank you, Director Swift. I have a couple of quick ones, and I'll see if anybody else does. And first, of course, thank you. Thank you for risking your own mental health and all the staff that work on this to comply with the reporting requirements. I'm sure it does. I mean, it's good you have a lot of hair so you can pull it.
Honduras, CBGBs.
Particularly curious about the Medi-Cal billing part, the percentage. Is it like if we provide $1 worth of services, we're hoping to get 30 to 40 cents back? Or is it more if we cut the services in half, if we only provide 50 cents worth of services, then we get 15 cents? Does it scale?
It does scale. It's closer to the
Okay.
first one that you said, but different services are going to give us a different reimbursable amount. So for example, like if you did a one-on-one counseling, we're going to get a higher reimbursable rate than you did if you did outreach. So different things, you're going to get a different reimbursable amount. It's not quite $1 for $1, but it's closer to what you said. It's $1 and we would get the 40 cents back.
Okay, so there's not really, and we're going to get into budget, but not really an option to say, okay, well, great, let's just do 40% of what we've been doing in mental health, and that'll all be covered. That's not an option.
Not an option, but what is an option is that we do have staff that we currently are using, for example, care liaisons, that ultimately we can work to become like wellness coaches, and the outreach that they're already doing could then be billed for at some point in the far future. So we can start looking about our systems that we already currently inhabit, BCBAs, things like that we're already providing services for, or they're already providing services that we just haven't tapped into, that ultimately might be able to then make up that gap. But those are kind of longer term things.
Okay,
And so
thank you.
there is a way.
Again, I know you and your staff are a genius at the term I've learned, braiding funding sources.
Correct.
Weaving it all together to, we have to keep patching it together to figure out how to support our students and their
Correct.
families. Thank you.
Correct.
Other questions, comments? Trustee Altman, please.
Thank you. Could you please give a few specific actions that have been implemented with the community schools grants?
Yeah, so a couple of different things that have been communicated. We do pay for staffing at Walsh. The math intervention teacher there is provided by some of that funding. We have some after-school programs at San Martin Gwen that is funded through that grant. We also have some equity work that's being done at San Martin Gwen that's funded through that grant. We also have the COSA that oversees that grant and provides support for the 2 school sites and the implementation of that grant. That is another one that has a lot of metrics that have to be reported back on. And then we also have, they've provided different workshops. They brought a dental program to the school sites. And so we continue to build out those programs, but those are a few just off the top of my head.
Great, thanks. And do you have a feel for about what % of the wellness program is being paid for by grants?
So we have currently 2 therapists, 3 therapists that are supported by the wellness grant, and then the infrastructures were one-time costs. So we're doing the construction, so that percentage is off, right? Because we already did the construction, we don't have to do it again. And so those were in there as well. So I would say there's 3 wellness counselors that are supported by that grant.
Thank you.
Out of 10. And then we also have interns, and the stipends for interns are supported by that as well. Partially, not all of them.
Thank you. Others? Oh, please, Trustee Gardner.
Okay, so I have a different take on this because I take the role of trustee very seriously with regards to the public taxpayers' money. And for us as a district to say that Medi-Cal, that really nobody pays for it, it's corporate, well, everybody pays for it. Every taxpayer who pays taxes pays for Medi-Cal. So I don't like that we package it that way for the community and for the public, because I don't think it's a fair representation to what happens to taxpayer dollars. And the other thing that does concern me is California has over 1,000 school districts. So if you get over 1,000 school districts, I mean, if we were the only school district or one of 10 doing this kind of thing, then I could see it would be very, very justifiable, and we could probably get a lot of money for it, and it wouldn't drive prices up. But you get all the school districts doing this, the costs of premiums, health insurance premiums. I mean, we heard from the teachers earlier today, everyone's talking and complaining about how expensive healthcare has gotten. All this is going to do is drive up costs. If every, like I said, it was 1,100, over 1,100 school districts in California. So even though this sounds great in the temporary, like kind of Band-Aid world as far as budgets, I do have a concern that this is going to just feed itself. And then I also, from what I understand with grants, you typically have to hire people. You can't just get the money and then do what you need to do with it. So if I'm wrong about that, or if you want to expand upon that, that would be probably great to hear.
It depends on the grant and what the purpose of it is. We don't always hire people to do the grants. I do a lot of the grants.
No, I don't mean hire to do the grants. I mean the grant money. Like if they're saying, okay, you can have grant money for this thing that you applied for, and maybe we have someone dedicated in the district to do that job, but then the grant money will be like, okay, well, you have that person, but then by the time this money is completely bled out or used up, you have had to keep that person and then hire another 2 people to implement the grant.
Not always. So for example,
I understand not always, but I'm asking for, how this, like maybe percentage-wise, how many of them have that built in, that cost of adding admin to it?
You get to choose you determine what you want to put in that grant and how you want to write it. So for example, like our 2-Pay grant doesn't have any staff written into it. I do all the admin. Our LCSSP grant has no staff into it. I do all their admin. The community schools does have a COSA because of the amount of work that goes into it. They, as part of the grant, they recommend that you have a grant like somebody that can oversee the grant in that space, because it's a 5-year grant and it's millions of dollars to be able to oversee all the activities and do that work. The Medi-Cal grant does have a classified support person that does that, but they also do other jobs in fiscal, so they help support, so they're partially funded in that space. So how you write the grant is determined. If you want to add people to that grant, you can. It is not required. It is a choice of how the district chooses to write that grant and what is needed in that grant, based on how you're supporting the program and the people and the students in that program. So no, it's not required to have a person. I admin most of those grants.
I guess and thank you for that. Yeah. And that does help. But I guess I think what I'm asking for is even maybe a little bit farther than that, because you maybe don't have to add admin, but do you have to add teachers, or do you have to add wellness counselors, or do you have to add this, that, that's what I'm saying, it's growing.
Right. Not always. Sometimes you can. You can if you want to, and if that's what the grant is saying. So for example, the youth programs grant, they asked for tutoring. I could have chosen, part of the grant is that you offer tutoring. Could I choose to hire somebody to run tutoring? I could. Could I choose a CBO to help support that instead? I could. Could I have students be peer tutors and have maybe the upperclassmen come in and tutor lowerclassmen? I could. So how I choose to write the grant, I could have picked any one of those ones. I typically pick the most cost-effective with the biggest reach usually. And so I try and get the most out of our money that we can, while also trying to work within what we already have. So I typically try not to hire new people. I do try and save as many jobs and positions as I can when I can. Again, for that longevity and keeping the amazing staff that we do have, if I can do that, but I typically try not to hire staff if I can. I try and work with our CBOs. I try and work within a system that we have. I'm very cognitive of how do we create longevity and sustainable systems after the grant is over.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Is that it on this item? All right, it's almost 9:30. We're not nearly done with our night, so I'm going to Say it's 9:24. We'll call another short break until 9:30. And thank
you
you,
for your
Director
time.
Swift. There's nothing to approve on this, so just. Okay. Everybody's here. So we're on item K7. We have a few requests for public comment on that item. Two that requested on Zoom, see if they're still here. Do we still have Mr. Adams on Zoom?
No.
No, he's not on the,
I don't see his name.
okay. And Jean Remmer, or on Zoom?
No.
Okay. This on, yeah. Jean Scow. I always get your name wrong. Is it Scow or Shao? Or please help me again. I'm sorry.
Hi, it's Jeannie Scow.
Scow. Okay,
And thank you. Thank you. It's been like 2 years since I've spoken, so I'm really honored. You know.
Oh, welcome. You have your 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. Well, good evening. I know it's getting late, but wanted to take the opportunity to see you all again. There's some new people on the board, and I did speak 2 years ago, and I did kind of a financial talk on what I felt was going to happen with the budget and with the spending and the trajectory of that, and that we would be running out of money in a couple years. And as I look at the interim presentation, I see that that's exactly what's going to happen. And the board, the trustees, you're all responsible for that. I don't know if you saw Pajaro Valley School District and what happened last week, but you can look up what happens when a board runs out of money. And it's not, or the district runs out of money, it's not a good thing. It's terrible. And this is something that we've seen coming for a long time. This is not a surprise. This is not something we were not expecting. And I did go back and I looked at the financials prior to 2020, and I looked at 2017, 2018, 2019, and those school years. And in those years, the budget was completely balanced. It was balanced to the penny. This can be done. And we did have COVID, you know, that was awful. And there were one-time funds, and many districts in California have been able to come out of that with minimal pain. They understood what was one time. They understood that things weren't going to be recurring, and they came out and now they're physically sound. But we've also seen districts that have not been able to do that, and they took those one-time funds and they created expenses that were going to keep going on and on and on. And that's the situation that we have. And we do have this budget committee, but I really don't, for all that I can see of it, it really wasn't set up to make the hard choices. And these are hard choices. Our kids are really important. I've lived here 30 years. I've raised 2 children. But the choices have to be made, and we need to get fiscally sound. And so I really hope that the trustees, that you will all take this seriously and not just okay things and not just talk about the wonderful things that our kids are doing, which is all well and good. But the job of this group here is to manage the district and keep it whole. So thank you. I do think that as you elect your next president, I've really felt that Nancy, someone mentioned Nancy before, and I don't know any of you personally, but I just really felt that you've taken a lot to heart in terms of the budget and fiscal responsibility, and I think that focus just really needs to be there. So thank you.
Thank you. Also for K7, Chris Frobel. Yeah, you're still here.
Good evening again, board members. So I echo exactly what the previous speaker said. So to put a little more granularity on it. So back in May of 2024, Carmen sent a letter to the community saying that the district needs to identify the district has identified $5.5 million in savings due to the loss of COVID and also due to declining enrollment, so lower revenues. So there were savings identified that the board directed the district to pursue. Earlier this week, I forwarded this May 2024 letter to Carmen and all of you actually with a simple question, but important question. Were those $5.5 million in cuts actually made? And I think that's something you should talk about. And the cuts were in the letter, but it was reducing TOSAs, eliminating 2 assistant principal positions, eliminating 2 academic counselors, eliminating 4 office assistant positions, a wellness coordinator position, collapsing 2 administrative positions into 1, freezing administrative vacancies, and reducing district-wide contracts. So I don't know if that's all been done. But if it has, it's obviously been offset by increases elsewhere because you haven't saved $5.5 million looking at the budget. And just looking at the budget, there's examples that kind of come out to me pretty seriously, like the budget shows books and supplies have gone up they're over $1.4 million above budget for this year, a 23% overage. Like, why is that? Are there no more books? Did they all get burned? Services and other operating expenditures are 9% over budget, $1.6 million. I mean, I don't know what that is, but I think it would be good to talk about that. So if the cuts were made, what went up that counteracted it such that we're not in good a fiscal situation? The categories are broad and difficult for us to interpret, but they together suggest spending growth's undermining the savings. And I strongly urge you to look at the external contracts. I really want to look at that too. I'm going to send a public records request. I want to understand all the external contracts signed in the last year, what can be eliminated, what can be scaled back, what can be done in-house. That's where the real savings sometimes are often found, in my experience, when I was in finance. So I know these are tough, but they're necessary decisions. Things that we talked about, like eliminating 7th period, at least for the general student population, reducing district-wide wellness services and maybe leveraging community-based programs, based organizations, et cetera. So on page 11, it even gets worse of the presentation that Colvira is going to show. $3.5 million of additional savings that need to be saved for the next 2 years. So that's another $7 million. So, and banking on taxes alone is not a measure. So before asking voters for more money, please, let's get our financial house in order. And there's some tough decisions to be made as indicated. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. I believe that's it for requests on K7. Is that correct? Okay. I'm sorry. Mr. Benavides, I think we have you for K11. Did you also want to speak on K7 or trying? Okay, thank you. Trying to keep all our little post-its straight here.
Well, I participate in the budget committee, advisory committee, and we develop a plan of action that's been implemented. We understand that we have a budget. We also have obligations to our students, and I know that part of the COVID was working with social emotional health for our students, and we've maintained that for our students. It costs us a lot of money, but that's what we're doing. And I do appreciate the fact that people are coming over here saying that you don't understand the budget. The fact is that you do understand the budget. You understand what you're doing because there was a plan that we decided that we're going to put in action, and that was basically to carry a roll it over, and use the what we have right now in terms of the reserves to bring it down. We know that was the plan. It's not like you don't know what the plan is. That is the plan, and we have a threshold. And anybody that comes over here and says that you don't understand the budget, well, I don't know. I just have a hard time understanding that concept because we've been working the budget now. We've understood it. There was a committee, advisory committee. I served on it. We came up and we presented. Some of the people were not here when we presented it, but it was a very important document, and we spent a lot of time on it. And I hope that people who are out here go out there and look at that budget blueprint. So the budget has been really hard, and I know people talk about that in the past we did not have a budget deficit. The fact is that we had a different funding formula in the past that allowed us to generate funds. We also did not have the same kind of economic. We had some really bad times. I remember back in 2007. When the then board had to deal with millions of budget cuts. I remember that too. So it's kind of goes up and down. Sometimes the economy is better because you are based on what is the state revenue coming in, and recently and lately it's been really hard to really get a grasp of that. But it's not really like you don't have a fixed budget. Every year your budget kind of fluctuates up and down. It hasn't been the best this year, but we've had many times where the board has had to go into the reserves to make up for the deficits because the state revenues were just not coming in. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that complete the request? Very good. Okay, Assistant Superintendent Chang, you have the floor. And I'm going to ask, just in the interest of time, please keep your notes and ask questions at the end. Otherwise, we'll be here till 2 in the morning. And I'm saying that to myself as much as to anyone.
Thank you, Board President. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. Okay, so tonight, some of the topics that we'll be covering is, so why do we do the first interim and what's the first interim? The other topic we'll be covering is the changes from adopted budget. Those are the key changes that we adopted back in June and what is presented tonight. And then, we'll be covering the key assumptions that we'll be using to develop our multi-year projection. We'll look at the multi-year projection over the next 3 years, and then a glance or an overview of other funds in the districts, and then next steps and future considerations. Next slide, please. So why do we do first interim? It is required. At a minimum, districts are required to present 4 budgets during the year. You may recall that back in June, we presented the adopted budget. This is the first update to that budget. It's called the first interim. It's due to the county by December 15th, but the accepts are kind of lateness because of the board meeting, so we're good with that. The next 2 reporting period is the second interim report, which is due on March 15th. And then once we close our books, we present the unaudited actuals in September. Next slide, please. So what is the first interim? This is a report that captures all the actuals that has been done from July 1st through October 31st. Using those sets of data and assumptions, we project what we would be ending for the current fiscal year. In addition to that, we also have to do a multi-year projection, which a projection for this year and then 2 subsequent years. Districts are required to self-certify whether they're positive, which means that they'll meet their obligation not only in the current year, but also in 2 subsequent years. Qualified means you may not, and then a negative, you will not. We are self-certifying as positive, so we're projecting that we will be able to meet our obligation not only in the current year, but 2 subsequent years. Next slide. Okay, so in terms of changes from adopted to first interim, we'll start with the enrollment. As you can see here, for year 25-26, at adopted budget, we were projected to serve 7,836. On census date, which is typically around October, mid-October, is when we do our CalPATS data. The total enrollment number at that point was 7,762. So a slight decrease from adopted budget. Going forward to year 26-27, we're keeping that at adopted budget level because that's the latest data that we have from our demographic study. We're finalizing our demographic study right now, so should have that available sometime in January or February. We'll use those updated numbers to do our second interim. Next slide. Another change is LCFF. Starting in the first row, the COLA remains the same from adopted budget to first interim, so no change there. You may recall that at adopted budget, we were still basing our assumption using May revise, and the state has not approved their budget yet. And so at that point, the TK add-on rate that we were using was $3,148. Once the state enacted their budget, that TK rate went up from $3,148 to $5,545. So that graph just shows you by each fiscal year in 25-26, because of the higher TK rate, we were able to generate in year 25-26 about $987,000 in LCFF dollars. In 26-27, $571,000. And then in year 27-28, $722,000. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is somewhat of a busy slide, so I'll take my time. These are changes in the unrestricted general fund from adopted budget to first interim. The first row, which is the LCFF, the change is about 987. I just went over that slide. It's mainly due to the higher TK rate. The other state income, the changes of the reduction of 1.8. This is attributed to the one-time money that was reflected in unrestricted general fund at adopted budget, in which we now move to the restricted. Just a little bit more context, at adopted budget, that one-time money has not been assigned a restricted resource code yet. So that's why we reflected it in the unrestricted general fund. Since then, a resource code has been assigned to that fund, and appropriately, we moved it to the restricted general fund. The $69,000 in other local revenue, that's attributed to the 1% charter school oversight fee that we apply to one of our Morgan or the charter schools that we authorize. Other financing source is the interfund transfer from our retiree fund into our general fund to pay for some of the OPEB costs. And then lastly, the most significant one is the contribution. You see there that there was an increase in about $1 million. Most of that is attributed to additional costs in special ed, and more specifically, those are costs related to SCOE, or at least half of it. At adopted budget, we were projecting that the county office was going to serve about 24 students of ours. We actually reduced that number to 22, but they increased our cost by over $522,000. SCOE's cost was, it's very complicated to forecast. We based it on the report that they give us periodically, and so based on the numbers that they gave us in October, we updated what our cost to COE is. And unfortunately, it went up by over $500,000 just for those 22 kids that they're serving.
And if I could provide more context on the cost of the 22 students that we sent to the County Office of Ed, it's $5 million for 22 students. And so the contribution amount of $18 million, $5 million of that goes to the county for 22 students.
Thank you. Going over to the expenditure section, for certificated, the changes is related to the one-time payment that was not incorporated in the adopted budget, and also the settlement that we had for the 0.5 increase for all staff. Same things for classified. Also for benefits, those are correlated or associated with the increase of salaries. Actually, going back to the classified salaries, you'll see actually a reduction in the unrestricted general fund. And that was intentional shift from moving some of our classified staff that was being paid in the unrestricted general fund to the restricted general fund to utilize some of those restricted dollars that were not efficiently utilized. And so some of those restricted funds had a huge carryover, and so we were able to identify the plan to spend down that money and shift some of those salaries on an ongoing basis to provide some relief for the unrestricted general fund. Moving down to the other operation and expenditures. Again, we talked about the one-time money that was moved from the unrestricted to the restricted. To offset that, we also have to move the expenditures from the unrestricted to the restricted to utilize that money. So that was the bulk of it. And then the other financing source, we were able to shift that obligation from the unrestricted general fund to other restricted to provide additional relief to the unrestricted general fund. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Go back. So in terms of the fund balance, the reserve, with all those relief that we were able to provide to the general fund, unrestricted general fund, even with the increases in special ed costs, we were able to increase our reserve from 17.44 to 21.76. So an increase of about 4.33% in reserve. Next slide. Okay, so moving over to the restricted general funds in terms of the changes. The first line, which is LCFF revenue limit, you'll see a decrease here, and this is associated with the additional cost for special ed. And so when there's additional cost for special ed, we don't see an increase in our expenditure. It's actually a reduction of revenue that we would have received from the county office itself. And so that's associated with that. The increase in federal revenues is associated with all the title funds that we've adjusted from adopted budget to first interim. Other state, we talked about this previously, it's the one-time money that we moved from unrestricted to restricted. Other local revenue, those changes are related to Medi-Cal reimbursement or donations that we have adjusted to current trend. And then other financing source transfer in, the increase of $363,000, that's related to RDA funds that currently we're using to fund the routine maintenance program. It's a 3% yearly required annual contribution. And so the change is we get our projections from the county, not the county office of ed, but the county's assessor's tax office. And so they periodically give us a forecast in terms of what those RDA funds is, and that's the updated amount. And then the last line in that section is the increase in COE costs, about $1 million that impacts, that has to be in addition to be moved from the unrestricted general fund to the restricted. On the expenditure section, the changes in certificated salaries related to the one-time payment and also the 0.5% salary increase. And the ongoing, for classified salaries, those increases are related to the classified salaries that we shifted over from unrestricted to restricted. And then for books and supplies, those are just reallocation of carryovers. Operating expenditures, those related to the one-time money that we transfer the expenditures from unrestricted to restricted. And then the difference are also reallocation of carryovers from prior years. And then capital outlay, we were able to shift some of those potential obligation. We just budget for any potential capital outlay projects in our maintenance fund. But if they don't materialize, then it's a savings in that program. But we have other funds that can take on that obligation if needed. And then for here, it's in terms of fund balance, it's all restricted dollars. So whatever you don't spend in the current year, then you reallocate it in the upcoming years to spend down those funds. Next slide, please. Okay, so key assumptions that we've used to develop our multi-year projection. So starting with state revenues, next click, please. LCFF, the district is funding on a prior 3-year average. The COLA is presented there. This year is 2.3, next year is 3.02, and then year 27, 28, 3.42. Next click. We talked about this already, the one-time money. It's called the One-Time Student Support Professional Development Discretionary Block Grant. We're projected to receive about 2.28. Again, we talked about moving that money from unrestricted to restricted. And that at the end of the year, when we close our books to utilize that money, we'll be transferring the expenditures from the unrestricted to the restricted general fund. One-time learning recovery block grant. This was not included in the adopted budget. We're estimated to receive about $364,000. and expenditures in the program will be transferred from the restricted to the unrestricted once that small amount of money is used up. Moving forward, this is the program where the state had committed to pay back over a 3-year period. There's been some talks that this could return next year, but there's no certainty. And so we're waiting for the governor's January budget proposal to get some additional information for that. Okay, and other parts of state funds are the Prop 28, estimated at about $1.2 million. Also ongoing Expanded Learning Opportunity Program, which is called the ELOP, estimated at about 2.4. And then lottery. Lottery, you have your unrestricted lottery, and then restricted for unrestricted is about 1.4, and then restricted 621,000. And then the last state money is the transportation revenue, which is this year is about 1.17. For local revenue, the most significant part I talked about already are the RDAs. We were estimated or projected to receive about $4.4 million. And then interest on the cash that are sitting with the county right now that are collecting interest. We're budgeting about $1.5 million for the whole year. Federal dollars include title dollars, migrant, special education. They're all presented right there. 1.7 for titles, migrants about 291, and then special education $2.23 million. Next slide. Okay, so for key assumptions related to expenditures, we built in step and column increase equaling about 1.75%. That's built in the budget for all 3 years. Next click, please. Special ed contribution. This year, our contribution is projected to be about 18.1. We're maintaining that level for 26-27, and the reason why is because that 18.1 included the one-time payment and also some additional expenditures. So keeping the same level was reasonable for us. But in year 27-28, we built a slight increase to account for step and column and any additional increases that might come from, hopefully not the county office, but we talked about the routine maintenance account. We were complying with a 3% contribution for all 3 years. Next click. And then those are our STRS and PERS rate. STRS rates remain unchanged over the 3-year period at 19.1. And then the PERS rate, slight increase from this year to next year, and then the following year as well. Okay, so in the budget, in the unrestricted general fund, we talked about transferring or shifting classified salaries from unrestricted to restricted. Those are ongoing savings. They come up to about $1.9 million that we were able to relieve the unrestricted general fund with. The other one is that we were able to reduce our transportation supervisor position. That position has been vacant since June, I believe. And so it was in the budget, at adopted budget, so our plan is to reduce that position. And then we talked about this, a COPS payment that we're able to shift from the unrestricted to some other restricted resources. Just a note is that the final COPS payment will be done as of next year. Remember, this is a COPS that we took out to build the 2 solar systems at the high schools. And then in the multi-year projection, we've incorporated $2 million of ongoing reduction in expenditures. That's to be determined starting in year 26-27, and then an additional $2 million starting in year 27-28. Next slide, please. Okay, so with those projections or assumptions, we're going to take you down a little bit of a memory lane before we present the current year multi-year projection. So taking you back to June, where we presented the adopted budget, I want to highlight that at that time, we built in a $3.7 million reduction in expenditures. That was to be determined. And so you'll see that in year 26, 27, and 27, 28, because those are ongoing reduction. At that point, you'll see that the reserve percentage starting year 25, 26 was 17.44. In year 26, 27, 9.99. And then in year 27, 28, 3.05. So that was the multi-year projection that was presented in June. Next slide, please. Okay, so the next budget update that we provided to the board was in September. And this is for the unaudited actual. This is when we closed our books. We knew that the state has already approved their budget. We knew what the TK rate was going to be. We knew that at that time what the cost was going to be for the one-time settlement and also the 0.5% increase to salaries. And so, remaining the 3.7 reduction that was to be determined starting year 26, 27. So with all those assumptions, starting in year 25, 26, in terms of the reserve percentage, you'll see that we were projected to end this year with 20.48. 20.46, and then year 26, 27, 13.52, and then year 27, 28, 6.78. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the here and now in terms of the updated multi-year projection. Everything status quo from unaudited actuals that was presented in September, using all the assumptions that we just went through right now. You see that in terms of the reduction in expenditures that's to be determined, that number dropped from 3.7 to $2 million. Even with the reduction in the expenditures to be determined, you see that in terms of reserve level, it increases in all 3 years. So in 25, 26, we're currently projected to end this year close to 21.78, and then in year 26, 27, 14.73, and then in year 27, 28, 8.71. Next slide, please. And then on the restricted general fund, these are the grants and restricted dollars that we're using. And again, those are carryover amounts that if you're not spending this year, that we have to reallocate to spend in the subsequent year. Next slide, please. Okay, so we have other funds in the district besides the unrestricted or besides the general fund. I'm not going to go through all of them, but the two biggest ones that I want to call out is building fund, which is a bonds fund, and our capital facilities, which are developer fee. We started this year in the building fund with about $41 million, and it's projected to end this year with about 31.8. And then capital facilities for developer fee, we started this year with about $22 million, and it's projected to increase to about almost $25 million by the end of this year. Next slide, please. Okay, so for next steps and future consideration, next click. Okay, so tonight we're respectfully asking the board to approve the first interim report. Once that's done, then we'll send it to the county office for their review and comments. Next slide, please, or next click. And then for future consideration, staff the administration will be continuing to identify ongoing structural efficiency. In January, our audit report's going to be ready, and we'll be presenting that to the board. I mentioned the governor's budget proposal. That's going to be happening in January. The governor has a statutory deadline of January 10th to present his budget. And then in February, the administration will be updating the fiscal stabilization plan. And then we'll be preparing for a second interim right away, and we'll be presenting that in March of next year. With that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Chang. Oh, sorry. I have a few questions, and then we'll go around here as well. One, we heard in a previous presentation about this Medi-Cal billing, which is and have you made any assumptions of revenue coming in from that source in these areas so far? Or I'm guessing, typically folks that do what you do is like, show me the money, then I'll count it.
That's exactly right. No, we have not built in any potential revenue for that funding source.
Okay, very good, thank you. And then a second question is, this year we had about a $2.2 million discretionary block grant. I think that's the one you talked about, moving from unrestricted to restricted as a state change of the coding. Are you currently counting on that happening again next year or not?
No. There's talks about maybe another round of discretionary money, but we won't count on it until they let us know that it's
okay. Good,
yeah.
Right thing to do. You're like, show me the money, then I'll count it. Some things you have good basis to make estimates, and others, So
And we'll have a sense of that in January when the governor issues his initial proposed budget.
The governor, and we've been going through this every year, right? And I've probably said this many times. In the days of Jerry Brown, the January proposal was like 99.9% of what actually happened. But during Newsom's term, the legislature has flexed its muscle more. And so far, I think in all years has put more into education than what he's proposed. There's no telling what this year will be. But the Capital Advisors briefing I went to, they said probably going to see a similar discretionary block grant again, but we don't know. So. One of the many things, I think in March, if we're going to issue any layoff notices, preliminary layoff, that's when we have to do that, right? But the state doesn't finalize their budget until June or July.
Late June.
Yeah. So, and then there's a trailer bill in July, which may change it yet again. So just one of the many ways in which the structure we have is kind of nonsensical, but we don't control that. Sorry? Yeah, let me come back to that. And then, okay, so that covered my questions. We're at 10:08. If we're going to go past 10:30, which seems likely, and we need a motion to extend and to a particular time. How efficient do you folks feel about getting done in 20 minutes? Anybody besides me want to propose a when?
11.
Okay. So that's your motion?
I move that we extend the meeting until 11 o'clock.
And just to know, under the law now, it's a one-time deal. It used to be able to extend and then extend and extend. So I'm happy with getting done by 11. We'll just have to be efficient. But when it gets to 11, we're done. If there's some items we haven't gotten to, I guess they push to, I don't know what happens. Let's not do that. So we have a motion to extend to 11. Do we have a second? Second? Okay, all in favor, please say aye, including our student board member. How do you feel? You can go home whenever you want. Like, I got school tomorrow.
No, she doesn't.
Oh, you don't? Oh, okay. What's your vote, please? What's your vote, please? Huh? Yeah, all right. She declines to state a preference. I don't blame her. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? Or going to sleep? No, okay. Let's carry on. So other questions on this item? Trustee Altman.
I have a billion questions. I am not going to ask them now.
Okay.
I will request that I have a meeting with Assistant Superintendent Chang at a later date. But I do have two. One is there going to be a defined process for gaining input for the right sizing for the $2 million that's currently projected? What's the plan there, or is it just going to be staff identified?
The original structural efficiencies that Assistant Superintendent Cheng described earlier with the movement of some classified from the general fund to the restricted, he was able to identify more than $3 million. And so we have identified additional ways that we can eliminate additional resources. And we have in our current list about an additional $900,000 of that $2 million. And we're confident that we can continue to make some cuts to not affect the classroom and to not affect our schools.
And so this will be presented to us at some point?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
If I may, I think I heard the Budget Advisory Committee, which there was a suggestion maybe we have two trustees on it. We'll get to that later. But this is our internal one, not the.
Correct. It's the Budget Committee, not the Budget Advisory Committee.
Wrong term. Thank you. Yes.
Right.
But the Budget Committee will be meeting in January, primarily senior staff union representation, and one or maybe two trustees. We'll get to that that question later. So I think that's a huge part of this process, if I understand it correctly. Thank you.
And my other is more of a statement that we have a board policy that our reserves will not go below 10% now. And so I think it would be just awesome if when we get these MYPs that it would show what we would need to cut to stay at 10%. And I would be really interested in seeing what it would take for us to not be deficit spending.
Thank you.
I'm done.
Thank you. Anyone else? Trustee Munson? I assume that's why you're grabbing your mic.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
No, I just want to echo what Trustee Altman said. I'd really like to see also that, because it is a board directive, so we shouldn't be presented with a plan that has 8% below the directive. And yeah, so we're continuing, I'd love to see a plan that shows us how we're not going to continually keep going in that direction downwards and having to use our reserves. I know that Mr. Benavides, I don't know what his name is.
I'm sorry?
Benavides, is that
Yeah.
right? Yeah, he said sometimes we have to dip into our reserves, but at some point there's not going to be any reserves to dip into. So yeah, just if we can keep that at 10% and know that plan and have that discussion, that would be great.
Appreciate it. Other questions or comments? Seeing none, do we have a motion on this item? Thank you, Vice President Andrade. Do we have a second? Thank you, Clerk Northrop Gaddis. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
Let's take a roll call vote just so make sure we have it correctly recorded.
President Warner.
Aye.
Vice President Andrade.
Aye.
Clerk Northrop Gaddis. Aye. Trustee Gardner. Abstain. Trustee Altman.
No.
Trustee Marquez.
Aye.
Trustee Munson.
Nay.
Okay. So that passes 4-2-1. We'll move on to item 8. My apologies. So we have 3 contracts here for our assistant superintendents. I'll just note there's a very specific legal script I have to read, which I'll do here in a moment. But these are all our assistant superintendents are on 3-year contracts, which on a positive evaluation, the agreement is to give consideration to extending that another year. So it's often called a rolling 3-year contract. So that's the stage we're at here now. So I will read off the first, and we have to do each item individually. And we need a roll call vote on each item. So this item addresses the board's discussion and possible approval of the first addendum to the employment agreement with Assistant Superintendent Diana Tavares. This proposed amendment contains the following material term changes as compared to her prior agreement. 1, term. The term shall be from September 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2028, so adding 1 year. And as professional dues, Assistant Superintendent Tavares shall be entitled to the use of district funds up to 0.9% of her salary for dues in professional organizations. So just as a note, this is fixing a typo because an earlier version said, in the contract said 9%. We forgot the decimal point. If you didn't spend it, thank you, but we're cleaning up the paperwork. All other terms and conditions of her employment agreement with the district shall remain unchanged as compared to the prior agreement. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I motion that we approve the item.
Thank you, Vice President Andrade. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Trustee Munson. Any discussion?
Marquez.
Or Marquez, I'm sorry. The M's and you sit right next to each other. I have this problem. I see something, I say something. Team M&M. Sorry about that. Thank you. Okay, then a roll call vote, please.
President Horner,
Aye.
Vice President Andrade,
Aye.
Clerk Northrop Gaddis,
Aye.
Trustee Gardner,
No.
Trustee Altman,
Aye.
Trustee Marquez,
Aye.
Trustee Munson.
Aye.
Thank you very much. That passes 6-1. So we're on item 9. I'll just go ahead and read this same format. This item addresses the board's discussion and possible approval of the second amendment to the employment agreement with Assistant Superintendent Diana Jimenez. The proposed amendment contains the following material term changes as compared to her prior agreement. The term for this contract shall be from August 3rd, 2023 to June 30th, 2028. Assistant Superintendent Jimenez shall be entitled to the use of district funds up to 0.9% of her salary for dues in professional organizations. All other terms and conditions of her employment with the district shall remain unchanged as compared to the prior agreement. Do we have a motion to approve this contract?
I motion to approve the contract.
Thank you, Vice President Andrade. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Altman. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
President Horner,
Aye.
Vice President Andrade,
Aye.
Clerk Northrop Gaddis,
Aye.
Trustee Gardner,
No.
Trustee Altman,
Aye.
Trustee Marquez,
Aye.
Trustee Munson.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Item 10. This item addresses the board's discussion and possible approval of the First Amendment to the employment agreement with Assistant Superintendent Kulvira Chang. The proposed amendment contains the following material term changes as compared to his prior agreement. The term for this contract is from September 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2028. Assistant Superintendent Chang shall be entitled to the use of district funds up to 0.9% of his salary for dues in professional organizations. All other terms and conditions of his employment agreement with the district shall remain unchanged as compared to the prior agreement. Do we have a motion to approve this item?
I motion that we approve the item.
Thank you, Vice President Andrade. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Altman. Please call the roll.
President Horner,
Aye.
Vice President Andrade,
Aye.
Clerk Northrop Gaddis,
Aye.
Trustee Gardner,
No.
Trustee Altman,
Aye.
Trustee Marquez,
Aye.
Trustee Munson.
Aye.
Okay, that passes by a vote of 6-1. We're on item 11. I believe we have 2 requests for comment on this item. Mr. Roble?
Last time, okay. I would like to comment on the decision on who should be board president. I do not believe that John Horner should continue in the role. It's highly unusual for a trustee to nominate himself for president, and even more unusual for one person to serve 3 terms as president, especially 2 years in a row. The past decade, no one has served 2 consecutive terms. I think in 2015, somebody did. So the longstanding practice has been a rotation, which allows for diverse viewpoints and a healthier governance. And I think that practice should be respected. More importantly, I think the board's current leadership has not been stellar in responsiveness, transparency, or effectiveness for reasons I've mentioned already. The clear example being the parcel tax issue, where it's been never openly discussed, yet advisors are hired anyway without full board discussion or public transparency. So I don't think that's acceptable. It's kind of, actually, Veronica and I were both at the city of Morgan Hill, where they did do a lot of good community outreach. We did the budget balancing thing, and they're doing a really good job soliciting people with the challenges that they have with their deficit. And I think the school district I don't see any comparable outreach. And I don't think, having us at 10 o'clock at night with, very complicated slides is not conducive to public outreach, I don't think. There's better ways to help engage the community. So anyway, I want to trust also. I also want to say that I think it's just important, maybe this is not the right time to say it, but I think all trustees really need to make an effort to communicate with constituents. Not everybody has been accessible. And when someone takes the time, and we're all volunteers, I think there's room for improvement there. Finally, I want to address, so the presidential vote, I strongly do recommend that you vote for Nancy. She's open, transparent, accessible, respectful, experienced, and I think that's exactly the quality that the board needs right now. So please consider voting for her to help restore trust and transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roble. Mr. Benavides.
It's kind of late, so I'll just use my 3 minutes. So I speak to many community members, okay, and I'm very active in engaging the community. I particularly asked about the position of the president, who they support, and invariably I get everybody that I talk to, most of them say John Horner should continue as president. Leading a school board is not easy. It requires experience, patience, and the ability to balance many different perspectives while keeping students at the center of every decision. And there's no doubt about it that John Horner definitely keeps is very much student focused. He has shown those qualities throughout his service. Now we are at a crucial point where our district faces real challenges, academics. We're still looking at that, staffing, budgeting. We're making some big decisions about budgeting. And right here, stability matters. Having a leader who understands the district, its history, and its long-term goals helps ensure thoughtful and informed decisions rather than constant resets. No leadership is perfect, but experience, consistency, and commitment counts. I believe that John Horner provides steady leadership and has the best interests of students, staff, and families in mind. For this reason, I and many other members in our community support continuing his leadership, and thank you for your service.
All right, that concludes public comment. So we'll move on to the election. So again, as we did last year, oh, sorry.
Nope, you're good.
You don't have to wait for public comment. We'll have a moment here. So as we've done in the district for a long time, everyone will have sheets of paper. There will be nominations. Whoever's lost somebody. Everyone who's anyone who's nominated will have an opportunity to say, yes, I accept, or no, I don't. And then we'll do the first round by people checking off who their preference is. So that said, I'll now open nominations for board president.
I'd like to make a nomination.
Yes.
I would like to nominate Trustee Altman for president. As a former teacher and vice principal, she brings a deep understanding of the issues and challenges the district faces. She fosters thoughtful discussions and ensures open communication so every trustee can fully contribute. Trustee Altman has completed CSBA's Master's in Governance courses and has attended CSBA's board president training. I know she will lead and be a great leader and make decisions that are student focused. She was the vice president last year and was passed over. I do think that she has the history. She's been in the district for how many years? Or a long time? Okay. A very long time, so she knows that the history and the challenges and everything. So I'd like to nominate Trustee Altman.
Okay, thank you. Trustee, that's really losing my voice. That sore throat that I thought I was over, it's catching up with me. Are there other nominations?
Yes, I'd like to nominate John Horner for president. No statement necessary. It's 10:25. I'm tired. Surgery in the morning.
Okay. Sorry, I forgot. Trustee Altman, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
Okay, and likewise, I accept. And are there any other nominations? Seeing none, please fill out your card. We'll pass them back to our administrator. Make sure we have 7. Well, everybody's name on it, so. So in no particular read, you read the name of who voted and.
Trustee Jennifer Marquez voted for President Horner. Clerk Northrop Gaddis voted for President Horner. Trustee Munson voted for Trustee Altman. Vice President Andrade voted for President Horner. President Horner voted for President Horner. Trustee Pamela Gardner voted for Trustee Altman. Trustee Altman voted for Trustee Altman.
Okay, so I think that is, sorry?
It's 4-3.
Oh, yeah, I guess we now need to follow up. So do we have a formal motion on this item?
Motion that we pass the item.
Yeah, well, be a motion in this case, presumably to appoint me.
I move that we appoint John Horner for board president for 25-26.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, I guess we can call the roll again, but since we already called the roll once, we know.
We just voted.
Yeah.
We'll just include.
Okay, we'll use the votes we've already done. Yeah, we're all getting tired. We'll go home. Okay, so now we're on to vice president. Do we have any nominations for vice president?
Yes, I'd like to nominate trustee board clerk Northrop Gaddis for vice president.
And Clerk Northrop Gaddis, do you accept this nomination? I accept. Thank you. Are there other nominations?
Yes, I would like to nominate Trustee Marquez as vice president.
Okay, Trustee Marquez, do you accept this nomination?
No, I don't.
You decline.
I'm sorry.
Okay, fair enough. My first 2 years on the board, I declined twice because I was too busy. So it's a real thing. Well, we don't, are there any other nominations? So right now, there's only one active nomination. Are there any? Oh, yes, please, Trustee Altman.
I
Or
would,
Gardner.
Gardner.
I'm so tired.
I would like to nominate Trustee Munson for vice president.
Okay, Trustee Munson, do you accept?
Sure.
Sorry?
Sure.
Yes, okay, very good. All right, so we need to, so the two nominees are Northrop Gaddis and Munson, yeah? Oh, did you already have them for those? Okay, all right, I thought I was running out here. All right, fill out your name, check off your choice. When you have 7, please read them off.
Trustee Munson voted for Trustee Munson. Trustee Marquez voted for Clerk Northrop Gaddis. Clerk Northrop Gaddis voted for Clerk Northrop Gaddis. President Horner voted for Clerk Northrop Gaddis. Vice President Andrade voted for Clerk Northrop Gaddis. Trustee Gardner voted for Trustee Munson. Trustee Altman voted for Trustee Munson.
Okay, do we have a motion on this item? Yeah, thank you. Do we have a second?
I second.
Thank you for the second. We have the votes already recorded, so let's save some time. We're all tired. Okay, we're getting there. Almost to the end of our day. Clerk of the Board, do we have nominations for Clerk of the Board?
I would like to nominate Trustee Marquez for clerk, board clerk.
Okay, Trustee Marquez, do you accept that nomination?
I accept.
Okay. Are there other nominations?
Yeah, I'll nominate Trustee Altman.
Trustee Altman, are you accepting the nomination?
Oh, sure, let's keep the pattern going, yes.
Okay. Any other nominations? Very good. Please fill out your papers. More coming.
Trustee Munson voted for Trustee Altman. Trustee Marquez voted for Trustee Marquez. Clerk Northrop Gaddis voted for Trustee Marquez. Vice President Andrade voted for Trustee Marquez. President Horner voted for Trustee Marquez. Trustee Altman voted for Trustee Altman. Trustee Gardner voted for Trustee Altman.
Sweet.
Okay, do we have a motion? Yeah, thank you. And a second? I'll second, just to keep us moving along. We have the vote recorded. Okay, thank you. On this next item, representatives to board assignments. I wasn't planning this, but I'd like to suggest we actually come back to this at our January meeting. When we can give it more time. And if there are any of the assignments that come up between now and then, just whoever's in the current assignment. So we will table this item until our next meeting so that we can concentrate with clear minds. Representative to the Santa Clara County Committee on School District Organization. This is a formality of just who casts our vote for who to actually put on that. So we have for a long time assigned the clerk to this role. If that's acceptable to the clerk and others, I'll make a motion that we assign now our new clerk Marquez to this role. And do we have a second?
I second.
Thank you for a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? Okay, we're done with that. New business, future agenda items. Is there anything somebody just has to bring up? Because I'm not going to put anything on here right now. And then we have a couple of people personnel, or one people personnel item actually, and we'll be done. Sorry. Trustee Altman?
Or considerations for new items. I want to circle back considering posting expense reports on the monthly agendas. I would like an update on Saturday Academy in terms of what's happening in offerings, students attending, and the fiscal, what's happening financially. And we need to get a retreat scheduled, don't we?
We do.
Yeah.
Probably for February, I believe would be, and for a check-in on the superintendent's goals would be the primary topic of that. So you're correct. Others? Were you, Trustee Munson, please?
Yep. Okay. I'd like an update on the interdistrict transfer.
I'm sorry?
An update on the interdistrict transfer policy.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And then just get it on the agenda to have the conversation about the bond and the parcel tax, have that discussion.
Yes.
Just an update on the start times for Las Paseos and Martin Murphy. I know there were some things that, try to help the students, but I think looking at the start times needs to be considered.
Excuse me.
And then budget discussion. So I'd really like so the budget is due July 1st. And I'm talking about this now so that we can get it on the agenda to have an update before July 1st. I think it's important to have an update so that we can have any discussions that we need to discuss instead of giving it to us on July when it is due, or June, whatever. So if we can have that discussion in March or April, that would be awesome.
Sorry, I
And-
believe on that, Assistant Superintendent Chang, is it March, that the so-called second interim would also be much more detail on next year's budget. Is that correct?
scheduled for March.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, the next update is going to be in March, which includes, the subsequent year, years 26, 27, and 27, 28. So we'll build that based on the assumption we get in January from the governor's budget proposal.
Okay. And then, let me see. Sorry, I'm just trying to read my notes. Yeah, I think that's it.
Sorry, that's it. Thank you very much. Anything else, Trustee Gardner?
Yes, thank you. So kind of piggybacking on that is I would like to see us schedule a theme study on the budget, perhaps after Caldera presents in March and before we're voting in, was it June? Is that when we vote next for this? Because it would be helpful to have like an actual theme study.
I'm just checking if do we already have something like that scheduled for the theme study sessions or not?
We haven't had a theme study on the budget since Yvonne was here. That was like, what,
Okay.
2.5 years ago?
Well, let's make a note of that, and we'll look into it, how that works. I think a lot depends on how thoroughly we're able to cover it in March and what else we're doing that night. December is a really tough month. We just had a lot here today. Anything else, Trustee Marquez or Clerk Marquez? Yeah, you're clerk now.
For the retreat that was brought up, request not to have it the week of February 23rd.
So for the goal check-in retreat, the request, I guess, due to just scheduling. And I'd say on that, if anyone has particular scheduling concerns in February, please send them to Ms. Estrada so that we can try and get everybody there. Anything else? Seeing none, item M1. Do we have a motion on the recommendation for, well, this is actually readmission, right? Yeah, the notes are a little crossed up. To approve the recommendation for readmission of student R2526-001. Again, as usual, we discussed the details in there because it's about a student, but, so do we have a motion to approve that plan? Thank you, Trustee Gardner. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice President, or former Vice President,
That's all right.
whatever. It's late enough, I'll just call you Veronica,
I know.
if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? That passes unanimously. We're adjourned at 10:39. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Okay.